আমি ওই দিয়েছি প্রেজেন্টার সমুদ্র সব হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ দিয়েছি হ্যাঁ বিকজ স্লাইড আচ্ছা এইটা না দিলাম এই অনেক এই ছবিটা আছে পার্সোনাল ওয়ার্ক জানা এটা বন্ধ করি ক্যামেরা বন্ধ আছে সব ক্যামেরা বন্ধ সব ক্যামেরা সাউন্ড যাবে না ক্যামেরা অফ হবে বলছে লিংকটা নাও আজকে আমি ক্লাস করছি আরে এসব তো মাস্টার আউটি কোন ইয়া আপনার সাথে আছে আসলে টিচার আপনি ডিটেইলস আপনি শেয়ার করে না আমি শুধু আগে দিয়ে দিলাম আমি রাখতে শিখতে পারছি ইউটিউবে এই শেয়ারটা আমার ইউটিউবে শেয়ার আপনাদের দুটো গ্রুপ করা আছে না গ্রুপ আর হচ্ছে চারটা গ্রুপ আছে আমাদের স্টুডেন্ট হ্যাঁ ওই চারটা গ্রুপ ঠিক আছে ইউটিউবে এলাই দিয়ে দিচ্ছি বলো আরে স্যার চলছে কেউ ভিডিও দিয়ে দেয় আগে কি করো না
আমি ইউটিউবের লিংক সবার কাছে দিচ্ছি হ্যাঁ চঞ্চল দা ইউটিউবের লিংক আমি সবার কাছে দিচ্ছি ইউটিউবের লিংক আমি সবার কাছে
ওই এটা স্যার কালি মান তোমরা এই যে এই যে আরে তুই আমি বলবো কি আমি আচ্ছা দিচ্ছি দাঁড়া এটা দেখো আমি লিখছি বন্ধুরা
এটা পেয়েছো ইউটিউবের লিংকটা দিলাম ওকে দিয়েছি ইউটিউবের লিংক আচ্ছা ইউটিউবের লিংক সব দিল ছাত্রপত্র যা আছে
আমি এটা দিলাম এটা ইউটিউবের লিংক জেসে বললো ইউটিউব তো
হ্যাঁ স্যার ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ Aku boleh boleh. Saya kan dulu di itu.
सर
Tiga ini.
हाँ सर देने सर आपने दे देना मैं आपको पठाइছি
Ini sebetulnya. Oh, betul. Kalau boleh nama apa lagi? Kamu tulis. Kita ada tuh. Kamu dia tulis mana? Tahu tadi. Hmm. Hmm.
अब मिशन को पास करते हैं टीवी का बॉल हाँ ठीक है
Mana? Tidak di itu. Halo? Halo? Ah, apa lu? Jauh jauh. Boleh boleh boleh. Ya boleh. Ini kalau kalau. Ini saya. Yang jauh tadi. Tidak sih pak. Yang jauh tadi.
हेलो
কি ফোন করেছিলাম করাই দিয়েছি ওটাকে নতুন করে একটা ইয়ে করা আছে তাই না ফোনটা চলে গেছে এখন হ্যাঁ এই এখন এটা হয়ে যাবে সিপ এটা হচ্ছে না সে করবে ধারা আমি তো বড় করে লিখি সব আপনি ওখানে যেটা দেখতে হবে আরে সব দেখে যাচ্ছে আপনারা জয়েন কি কি করব সেটা দেখতে হবে না তো না মোবাইল আরে এক করতে হবে না হবে না কি জন্য কি কি ভিডিও দেখতে হবে আগে এই সম্পূর্ণ আমার বিজনেস অ্যাক্টিভিটি আছে মানুষ আছে তো তোমরা এখানে না আর হয়ে যাবে আচ্ছা এই hello এখন হচ্ছে হচ্ছে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আর এই হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আছে এটা আমার স্কুলে না ইউটিউবে পাঠিয়ে আচ্ছা ইউটিউবে পাঠাতে হবে কি করবে আমি মনে ডাউনলোড করে রেখেছি না বাবা আমি তোমার এই মেল দিতে পারি এই ইমেল মেল টাইপ করে না এই তো আমি ভিডিও আছে আচ্ছা
Good morning to all. Hello. যদি ভয়েস শোনা যায় একটু রেসপন্ড করবেন। Okay, sir. Thank you. Good morning. Sir, good morning. On behalf of Balurghat B.Ed College, I would like to welcome all and thank you all for participating. We are starting the program just now, and we are trying to start the program with a small song that is of the Vedas. And after that, I will be welcoming all the dignitaries as well as the participants. So we will start the program right at 10:45. So we have 2 minutes left. Please bear with us. Okay, sir? Okay.
আজকে আজকে dia pakai speaker kita asalnya dia sama di video sistemnya pakai aske aja itu kaki kita apa kaki kita apa oh ada boleh वो लैपटॉप में इसको वो लैपटॉप में यूट्यूब लाइव है उन्होंने टीवी से बात करना ना बेटा क्या होता बेटा मेरे नाम में नहीं है अगर जा वो jadi একটা মিশন ঠিক আছে তারপরে একটু অসুবিধা হচ্ছে Bisa di bawah 5% guys. আজকে আমার মনে রাখো তো পছন্দ গুলো হাতে কম নিয়ে আসে কত বড় আছে ঠিক আছে ওই ওখানে নিচে আবার নিচে আবার দেখা যাচ্ছে টুডে কি হতো আবার দেখা যাচ্ছে এই এরকম দেখা যাচ্ছে ওইটা কারেকশন হয়নি হ্যাঁ এইটা এইটা নম্বরটা না ওই জোগাড় করা হলো ওই ঠিক আছে আমি চলে
ফোন এই রাইটার করা আছে হ্যাঁ ওই হলো
কোন জায়গাটা আছে
সবার লাস্ট সাইডে
নিচে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে টু ডে লেখা আছে
বুঝতে পেরেছি ওটা মানে আইটা শেয়ার করার সময় কি চলছে আইটা শেয়ার করার মধ্যে মানে ওই পয়েন্ট আছে ওই জন্য ওটা কি স্ক্রিনে দেখাচ্ছে
Good morning to all. I, on behalf of Balurghat B.Ed College, welcome and thank you all the dignitaries, the resource persons, rapporteurs, and the participants who have privileged our two-day national webinar on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges of the 21st century. Today, for the morning technical session 1, we are privileged to have Professor Mita Banerjee, the founder VC of two universities, WBUTTEPA as well as Kanasir University Nadia, as the chairperson of the webinar. As well as we have Professor Sunsari Roy Mukherjee, the Vice Chancellor of Dakshin Dinajpur University, as the chief guest. Professor J.C. Nanda, Chairman, Council of Dean, Ravenshaw University, Odisha, shall adorn as the expert and also shall act as a resource person. We are also proud to have with us Professor Sumanta Chattaraj, Professor, Department of Education, Netaji Subhash Open University, and Professor Madhuri S. Alve, Associate Professor, Tilak College of Education, Pune. We are much obliged to our resource persons for their time and knowledge that shall be imprinted on the minds of everyone attending the webinar. Now, I would request Mr. Horipada Saha, Chairman of the Balurghat Municipality and Honorable Member of the Governing Body of Balurghat B.Ed College for the welcome address. I give the mic to Mr. Horipada Saha.
আচ্ছা হরিপদ সাহা বলছেন তিনটা হরিপদ সাহা করে দেন
Good morning. Welcome to all experts and resource persons participating in and cooperating with this two-day webinar on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in 21st century.
আরে তিনটা করলে
I also welcome to all participants, including rapporteurs, who are expected to play their roles to make the themes of each of the experts' papers clear and understandable to all. I heartily thank NAAC sponsoring this webinar and congratulate and appreciate Balurghat B.Ed College for organizing such a very appreciable programs on higher education to receive which women in our country encounter a lot of problems and challenges. We must not forget that women from about half of the total population of India and of the total human resources of which more than 70% remains unutilized. It is because the scope of higher education in India is not enough to ensure and provide it to all intending women. I believe that the program will send a message to the policymakers on women education in India to facilitate women's higher education and widen its scope and opportunity for them of our country. Finally, I thank Dr. Kalyan Pandey, Associate Professor of this college, and the organizing secretary of the webinar, who has selected the topic and admired the faculty of the college, especially Mr. Shubhadeep Das, coordinator, NAAC, and congratulate Mr. Namakumar Das, president of the governing body of this college, who is the main guiding spirit and force behind this national webinar from the core of my heart. I wish the webinar a meaningful success and call upon the college to organize such programs in future to benefit the society. Thank you all.
চট্টরা স্যার জয়েন করেছেন এই তো চট্টরা স্যার দেখো
Thank you, Odipoda sir, for such a lovely welcome address. Now, I will request Professor Dr. Mita Banerjee, ma'am, the Vice Chancellor of Konnasi University, as well as the ex-Vice Chancellor of WBUTTPA, to give us her valuable opinion on the topic of higher education of women in India, problems and challenges of the 21st century. Ma'am, I will give the mic to you. Please carry forward the program. Thank you.
You can sit down.
Thank you.
Slide.
Am I audible? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, ma'am, you are very much audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. A very good morning to one and all. I'm extremely grateful to Mr. Navodash for giving me this opportunity to meet all of you in this digital mode, in this technical way of presenting myself before
আচ্ছা ডক্টর মাধুরী
all
এইসব জয়েন করেছে
to address the gathering
ডক্টর মাধুরী এইসব জয়েন করেছে
on a special topic which is
Left
very
হয়ে গেল।
much relevant in the present
মাধুরী সব
day.
লেফট হয়ে গেছে
Higher education for women
এই গেল
in India, problems and challenges in the 21st century.
জয়েন করেছিল আর লেফট হয়ে গেছে
Now, I must say that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Thus goes the saying, and which we cannot deny. If we educate a boy, we educate one person. If we educate a girl, we educate a family, the whole nation. By sending a girl to school, she is far more likely to ensure that her children also receive proper education. And many claim that investing in girls' education is investing in a nation. Higher education not only in gaining knowledge but also enables her to earn a living. Money is a necessity in maintaining life, and education helps in preserving life. An educated woman plays an important role in a family, dealing with both health care and financial support to the family. Now, higher education for women in India is still lagging behind. Even though we find woman president, woman prime minister, woman chief minister, women ministers of repute, still we find women are lagging behind in several fields. We find women astronauts, women going into space, women pilots, women in war fields, but still we find that somehow and somewhere woman needs a jerk to come forward, whether it is from home, from the family, or from the society. women are still considered and controlled by the father when young, controlled by husband after marriage, controlled by son or daughter in law, and at old age, we hear children leaving their parents in the old age home. So, where and what is the status of women in India? Women in India, particularly those living in the interior villages, do not have enough scope or opportunity to come forward, to receive education, to get proper education, and even child marriage is prevalent nowadays, till now. In the 21st century, when we think that everything is much more normal, when we think that everything has come up to the mark and we are not lagging behind many aspects. But women education, I feel, is still lagging behind. Now, to come forward or to see whether women are getting the proper education or whether women can come forward and feel that the challenges could be overcome, we have to see what decrease in child marriage. There must be a decrease in the rate of mortality. There must be decrease in population explosion, and we must improve the socio-economic growth. Now we find many a times that women living in below poverty line, they do not get proper food, shelter, clothing, leave alone education. So we must take care of that, and we must see that the proper food, shelter, clothing is provided to every woman, every population within the state and within the country. Without that, education will not up to the mark, or we will not reach up to the level of literacy, or we will not reach up to the, say, our country will not develop properly. So we must take care of food, shelter, clothing for every individual, particularly women, so that they can in their turn take care of their family and bring up their child in the proper manner as and when it is required. Now, to find out, the problems that women face, particularly in India, very careful that those problems which are very prominent, I discussed just now, that child marriage, rate of mortality, and population explosion. All these things must be controlled by the government, must be controlled by the state in order to help women to come up to the particular level of literacy, and at the same time to see that women are properly treated at home, in the society, and by the country. As related to problems, I will express my experience as the first Vice Chancellor of Konyasri University. Admission process is on, and this being a woman university meant only for female students. As you all know, our Honorable Chief Minister has taken this initiative to develop universities meant only for women, colleges meant only for women, and for that, she has developed one university, Diamond Harbour Women's University, and this one, the second university, Kanyasri University, which is very well, planned, and I think you all of you must be knowing about the Kanyasri project, where girl children are getting scholarships in schools, in colleges, and now it has come to the university level also. With this, female students, now have the feeling that they should get education and not get married at an early age. They should build up a career for themselves before getting married. They must stand on their own feet before getting married to a place where they will not have any importance or any say place where they can give their own opinion. As I was saying that I would like to share my experience over here. At the time of admission, I found that there were female students completing their graduation from different colleges in the district of Noida or from other districts and applying here for postgraduate. For we have 4 subjects presently: English, Bengali, history, and education, which is my own subject. Now, among these 4 subjects, I found that most of the students who have completed their honors degree, they have applied for their postgraduate courses. Now, one father came to me. He is very poor and he was in very shabby clothes and approached me that he has a twin daughter and he is unable to provide or submit the fees for the course. The course fee is very reasonable over here at Kanyasri, and the father does not have that much of money to provide education to his 2, because they are twins, they are studying same course, same time, and he is unable to pay the fees that is decided by Kanyasri University. So he approached me and tried to seek my help so that his daughters are admitted here. And talking to the father, I felt that a little help from my side might help those 2 young daughters of his, to get some education and to build a career or help the family in the long run after getting educated. So I tried to convince the person by telling him that I will provide the money needed for their admission, but to get them admitted over here. And the 2 children of his, they were so eager to get education and they were so happy when I told them that I will provide or help them with the money that is needed. Now, one of the daughters said, "Ma'am, when I get K3, that means the university level is Konyasri 3 scholarship, I will return your money. So I was so happy to hear that, and I was so grateful to that young girl that she promised to return the money to me after she gets the scholarship. So our honorable chief minister has helped these girl children to come up to a level by providing these Konyasri scholarships, which is very much essential, for female students not to get married at an early age, and get some education to build a career for themselves, to develop themselves, to earn a living for themselves, and to stand on their own feet, which is very much needed in order to, live in a family, in a society where they will get some benefit, some standard, some opportunity to show themselves that they are also a part of the family, to show that they should not be deprived of any importance in the family. So these are the that we find is very negligible, but it is very important. Now, if I did not come up to help those two girl daughters of that poor gentleman, two daughters would have been left without getting their postgraduate degree. They would not survive to live up to the standard of a postgraduate degree. And they might have, felt a prey to the society. I felt very happy to help those two young girls. Now, like these problems come up within the family, problems come up within the society, problems are faced by girls, by women within the society, and persons like us, persons who are already within the society, persons who are established within the society must come up and help these women who are very much in need of their position, status, and livelihood. Now, in the 21st century, we are, celebrating Women's Day, but we are still not aware as to what type of problems women are facing nowadays. We are not accustomed to all the challenges that women face in the society, within the country, and we try our best to solve such problems. But at times, such problems become so that even if we try our best, even if we try to do the best for women, for the female population, still we are not able to confirm that the best has been done for them. So, even in the 21st century, when I told you that women are going to the space, but still we find that women are suffering. It is very difficult to solve this and to get or revive the position of women when we find in the TV serial they are showing Kadumbini. We know the first three women who got graduated, but still we find that women are placed nowhere. So, in order to bring back the position of women, in order to see that women are getting the best possible benefits from the society, we must, from the government, through the government, we must try to help them. We must try to bring out certain laws, certain restrictions, so that there is no violence, no sexual harassment, where we find still young children, young female are being, sexually abused and murdered. So many such cases have been recorded since the last few years. So how to overcome such things? How to get proper settlement for them? How to give them the best possible that is needed for them is still not known to many. So the problems and challenges that women face are tremendous, and it is very difficult to overcome such challenges. Now, higher education, to get higher education, there is need of some money, there is need of some recognition, which has not been given totally to women. How to get that? How can women be given a position? No. How can women be given that position? How can women be given the responsibility of taking up education? How can women be given the need, the required number of attention, recognition that is very much for women? So there must be some acts, there must be some, say rules, regulations formed by the government, by the state, so that women are given the best possible opportunity that is meant only for them. West Bengal, having a lady chief minister, our honorable chief minister is trying very hard to give the best possible to woman, to girl, and she's trying to provide as many as possible for her within limited resources, that cycles, school bags, shoes, and different types of opportunities, different types of projects for girl children, for children at large. But still, we find that women are harassed, children are harassed, children are abused, and education, particularly higher education, is still not within the reach of women. I would like to cite another example as the first Vice Chancellor of Punyasri University, where female girls taking admission here. We are having online classes. I met them several times online, and they tried to project, they tried to thank me for giving them the opportunity of getting admission here at Konasri University. Otherwise, they would not have been given the scope to get higher education or postgraduate degree by going to a different far off university like Kolani University or North Bengal University from the district of Nodia. So having one university within their reach, within the district to get admission for a postgraduate degree within the jurisdiction of their family. And the family is also, delighted to have one university within their reach, and their girl children are able to get the postgraduate degree from their home only. So, so it is very essential that girl children should not travel very far. It is very needed, very much needed that to get higher education, poor children coming from a very low family should get the institution or should have one institution within their reach. So, developing universities has helped children, particularly girl children, to get some education, some type of higher education, some type of, say, it could be which will help them to earn a livelihood. Now, there are certain self-help groups which have helped women at large to earn a livelihood by making something, by say, whatever talent they have, they could, develop that talent and make something which they can sell within the districts, outside the district, which in order to earn a livelihood. So all these are problems, and to solve the problems, help from the state, from the central government is very much needed. Now, in order to solve problems and the challenges that they are facing every day, who are in position must come up and see to solve the problems of these women who are in need and help them to build up their career, to stay at a place where they are needed, a home where they are accepted. Then only women can come to a level which is very much accepted by the society, very much a position that will help the country to develop. If one population is neglected, the women population, then a country will not develop to the best of its capacity. So women must be helped, women must be seen that they get the proper type of education, the proper type of livelihood, They must be helped within their home. The male population must see that the women are not neglected at home. They must be given a scope to see that they are able to develop their talents, they are able to show their talents, and they must join hands to bring up the family. As a I have taken up all these activities, and with the help of my family, my children, my husband, I could come up to this level. I would request each and every member of the society to help women, not to neglect women, to give them a place within the society, within the country, so that they can develop themselves, so that they can show up their talents and be a part of the society, be a good citizen of the country, and be a good human being. With these few words, I hope this webinar is a success. These 2 days webinar that is organized by Balurghat B.Ed College, with all such dignitaries for both the days, I hope this is successful. I hope Balurghat College also develops to the best of its capacity, and I hope Mr. Nabokumar Dash, who has requested me to be present here, is also the best of health and is given the best of opportunity. Myself, here in my office at Krishnanagar, will not be able to continue with this webinar or stay back to hear the other dignitaries, as I will be leaving for Kolkata after some time, after doing some of my work over here. So thank you. Thank you once again to all of you who have given me this opportunity to be here to address you in this field, in this online webinar. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, mic is not on. Mic is not on, sir. Sir, mic is not on.
Okay. Am I audible?
It's okay now.
Higher education not just help women build confidence, but also have a career and earn a living. Them has and shall inspire all young girls as well as the coming generation that education can transform not only a life but society as a whole. It is our pride that the world is looking at Kannasri University to set an example for the higher education of women in India, and at Professor Mita Banerjee for qualities like leadership and reverence. As rightly stated, our educated woman not only teaches her family but leads the society at a large. Well, we are privileged to have Professor Sumanta Chaturaj with us today. I urge him to share his depth of knowledge in a young mind and of a life. I pass the mic to Professor Sumanta Chaturaj, the Professor of Department of Education. Sir, can you please join us?
Okay. Thank you very much, Subhadeep. Very good morning, respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, chairmen, resource persons, deputies, and my friends. I am indeed thankful to the authorities of the Balurghat B.Ed College. As usually, every time they call me to participate in their every occasion. So I show my highest gratitude to them, as well as the organizer of this two-day NAAC sponsored national dinner for providing me a scope, but particularly to share my views on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in the 21st century. The subject chosen by the college authority is certainly of great interest, and the objectives are very pertinent, I believe. I hope we all are equally concerned about the proposition that there are challenges and problems on higher education for women across the country and across the world. We are certainly part of those challenges and problems of any stretch of meaning of the term that has been coined over here. I'm really thankful to Sultan Shah, Chairman Balurghat Municipality. Actually, he first mentioned about this, and he talked about some pledges regarding this issue. In his welcome address, I also very thankful to Professor Nita Banerjee, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National University. It's very known to us for every year occasion. You also get him in our university. And she raised some very important issues regarding problems and challenges, and shared the whole experiences, the way the new universities are coming up in Libya, and day-to-day the interactions. These experiences are very important. As an administrator, as a social scientist also, we generally keep on looking on this. We try to analyze the things, how it is coming up. Actually, I am not very pessimistic about these problems and challenges. I'll try to discuss briefly one by one. But I must say that some of the objectives of the web there is very important to me, like to create social consciousness as the need of higher education for women. Madam already mentioned some aspects. If we get some time, we can talk about that. She already mentioned about it in one area. The social consciousness is a very important thing. That is, fortunately, in micro level and meso level, it is emerging. As we all know, that things are getting changed in our consciousness mind, in our social consciousness structure. That is certainly is a point to be noted. But there is this huge macro area, the vast area, where it is it's not in satisfactory stage. As you all know, the way in many areas the Khap panchayats are dictating the terms on even the education. She mentioned about the early marriage, and actually destroying the whole social fibers the way it should have come up. So that is important objectives in my mind what you have selected. Second, that it is which one is in mind, that is to create confidence among women about their positive role in the national development and the reconstruction. As we all know that we are talking these days very much, at least last 20 years, that education and national development go in hand, and probably the developed world already achieved it in many parts of their in their many countries, but we the countries like China, India, some of the African countries like I just mentioned that Kenya, the Nigeria, even the Uganda, the Latin American countries, we are now understanding that the positive role of women in the national development and reconstruction. So the main thrust is coming. certainly the gross enrollment ratio is not enough. It's not providing enough percentage to claim this performance is very good. But there is some kind of progress we can also notice. The third, which is in mind, that to inspire women to be highly empowered in all domains of life. That is very important. Again, Professor Banerjee referred in many areas. He talked about it. Now, if we look back a little, women's equal participation and leadership in education, administration, political and public life are essential to achieving the sustainable development goals fixed by the UN for 2030. And in the run up to the adaptation of 2030 agenda on 25th September 2015 by heads of state and the government at a special UN summit, as we all know, that the main communication before the formation of final agenda was in 3 stages: a decent life for all. A decent life for all is my main focus, and vision to collective action, the second focus. So this is very important statement from when the inception started, and ultimately for the formation it took place in 25th September 2015. The main now agenda, the goals. They have addressed the global issues under the 17 sustainable goals to transfer our world. Now, when you're talking about transfer our world with many things, with our environment, with our social structure, with our education, nutrition, shelter, everything, that women education and gender equalities are two very important areas, as well as the quality education. So out of these 17 goals, goal 4 and goal 5 are earmarked for quality education and gender equality. So this is I think the priority for them at global level and by the United Nations organization. However, the data shows that women are underrepresented at all levels of decision making worldwide. It's not conditions of India. And achieving the gender parity in all macro level is far off. I think it will take many, many years. Now, if I am saying so, let's have a look. You see, women serves as the heads of a state or government in only 21 countries. And 119 countries have never had a woman leader. In this connection, we are cherishing that ultimately, in the last election, United States got their first vice president, and is a lady. So at the current rate, parity is in the highest decision of power will not be reached for another 130 years if we progress in this way. Only 21% of the government ministers were women, with only 14 countries having achieved 50% or more women in councils. So with an annual increase of just this parameter, if it is 0.52 percentage points, gender parity in ministerial positions will not be achieved before 2077. Moreover, it is to be noted that the 5 most commonly held portfolios by women ministers are all over the world, mainly. Apart from few exceptions in our country, what we have noticed, Sushma Swaraj ji was such a powerful and wise lady. She got in the forgetful. Even the Nirmala Sitharaman is handling the economics pretty good, I believe. Apart from this, in other areas, if you take it again in the macro level, the global level, the women ministers are getting of which department? Family, children, youth, elderly, disabled, followed by some places in social affairs, environment, natural resources, energy, vocational training, and gender equality status at the best. So no major cabinet is provided. Things are not the same in all over the world. But if you see the macro sharing of it, it is like this. And if we check up Indian parliamentary system, still it is only the representation of the women is only 14.36 elected representatives in the lower house in the year 2020. So this is the picture which is also influencing my thinking, my analysis much more all the time. What we are talking, whether we organize a seminar, whether we organize in a big symposium, or using the much bigger platform, are we taking the right kind of measures to provide them the equal opportunity? Now, on the contrary, what we have seen, what we are witnessing around the world, women are signing through as outstanding leaders. If we take as the COVID-19 pandemic escalates, they demonstrated successful management of the pandemic from Germany to New Zealand and Denmark to Iceland. All are mainly the ladies. And these 13 or 14 countries, the way they handle the pandemic, as you all know, as you have all read in the papers, that is outstanding. Women leaders have shown clarity in their decisions and policies than our president in US, even the Prime Minister in UK. And I'm not taking the other names of other countries also. But their names, Chancellor of Germany, Prime Minister of New Zealand, Prime Minister of Iceland, and the Denmark, it was so very unique and it was so exceptionally well performance. Everyone noted. They are compassionate, empathic, strong communicators, and they show right kind of solidarity with their countrymen strongly. So this is actually this is the real picture. Friends, as you all know, that higher education already mentioned, like Madam, also I'm repeating again, occupies a dominant position as a promoter of economic growth, national development, and technological advancement, and as an instrument of equal opportunity and upward social mobility. I will explain in details about it. Equal opportunity is already there for him, equal opportunity in many ways we are seeing, and the deprivation also you also noticing it. But why is it coming again and again in our mind? Apart from that, this role in economic growth, national development, and technological advancement, if we see the other, if we have the other look on this subject in a different analysis, the global construction industry is the third largest industry after healthcare, travel, and tourism. This is one of the, after WTO's declaration that education is a product, it is becoming a very thriving industry very profitable industry. So, if we want to look at it, if we look at the global market value of education, it is expected education going to be a 10 trillion US dollar industry in 2030, growing at only one sector, growing at 4.5% cumulative average growth rate and making up of over 6% of gross world product as a whole. Everybody knows it. However, when the allotment on education is coming, I mean the public allotments, I'm not talking of the private allotment, because this 10 trillion US dollar industry comprises mainly the private capital or private capital accumulations area. So that is very negligible, that is very insignificant, and that is actually keeping us worried every time. So in this background, if we see the Indian conditions, similarly, Indian education market value is also increasing substantially. If we check out the FICCI report on higher education, and UGC annual report reveals it was worth of 57 billion US dollar in 2015 to 105.6 billion US dollar in 2019. Within 4 years, if you see the growth, almost 100% growth, then you can understand that that money is there, but the priorities are getting neglected. And if we take it separately, the open education has become a key development accepted by all the countries, accepted by the UNO and UNESCO in their in their every platform, in their every summit. Since 1980s, towards the national development in India, the role of Indian women are getting much stronger or visible enough. So it is crucial to examine the assumption under which policies, programs, and projects are formulated towards this goal. More recently, the concept of empowerment. I mean, the women empowerment. There's a objectives part of it. That's why I noticed it that way. The concept of empowerment, which is important, has been tied up the range of activities by and for women in different areas in education, in administration, and policy making. To some extent, I must say so. The world has ultimately realized that importance of women's education, which is indispensable to a nation's development. The role of a woman have equal responsibility. To make this objective a reality, innovative approaches to teaching and learning must be defined and implemented properly. Education of women must be prioritized as it forms the basic social transformation. Yes, that this upliftment of the achievements of the all social fibers or the social components only possible if you can transfer it in proper manner, and you can give the proper priority on women education in every level, from primary to tertiary. Let's have a look at the higher education today. What are the main issues? You see, the globalization has created new job opportunities, which in turn has led to increased demand for access to higher education. Higher education is now one of the top priority because your children should be properly educated, get the proper academic qualification, so that they can manage a good job anywhere in the world. Upgrade course, like there are 400 courses as are going in India itself only. where from data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and there are many other areas also are coming up day by day. So this is one of the area where people are rushing. They are looking for it. If they are getting, if they are pocket permits, they are also applying for their admission. So this is one area. The whole India as well as the globally, we are also very prominently were noticing. As a result, in the hierarchy of disciplines, new disciplines such as management, different kinds of management, media, we know that the role of the social media is so important. I'm not taking the names. Even the big countries like Russia, like USA, United Kingdom, everyone is keeping a very serious note about the growth, about their opinion, about their control. So, and that the different branches of media, as well as the mass communications is again another area which is attracting male, female, our students to join. As, so to say that regarding the fashion technology, the fashion technology colleges are coming in probably in every state capital, not on a single college, at least 3 to 4 colleges. Forget about the big metropolis. Even in the district headquarters, the fashion technology colleges are coming. So this all have taken their place towards the higher end of the spectrum, and it's opening for the both male and female students of our country. A reassessment of academic degrees and diplomas are required to meet the demands. So this is academic diplomas are also is getting changed. Like in many areas, what we are noticing, the certificate courses, they never thought about it to offer. Like IITs. The certificate courses now offered by the Bombay IITs, they started the first. Madras IIT is very often, very frequently they're going for the advertisement. Probably you have all noticed. Also the diplomas in their different special areas. So just to meet the demands of the present national society as well as the global society. The concept of internalization in higher education, teaching, training, and research has led to migration of people and knowledge. So this is very cross-border education is getting so important these days. As you all know, our IITs are not enough for our technological education in many families, in many areas. If I cannot provide you the exact data on it, but a major chunk of it rushing to Singapore for a better technological degrees to capable themselves, to get acquired with them, with that kind of exposure. So this cross-border is not restricted to the only engineering colleges, or it's in other areas also. Even for a general degree college, general degree to get a general degree, people are rushing to US and all. For a commerce degree, management degree, and all other. Next thing, India is marked by great cultural diversity. As you all know, as you all very acquainted with this, economic disparities and the social instability. So in this diverse backgrounds, what we have noticed, women are very rare as the leaders in higher education institutions. In our state, it is better. There are some other states. Certainly, there are states, but mainly in if we see the North Indian states, we didn't see much that in the decision making or the women are heading or leading the higher education ministry. So that should be, I think, should be changed in due course. I hope it will. Another problem what we are facing in higher education today is that an oversupply of academic graduates faces problems of unemployment in rapidly changing job markets. So both the male and female graduates, due to this, some kind of crunch in the employment, the unemployment and the competition is growing high. So even with the other changes, with the other economic changes, social changes, and sometimes if it is due to the pandemic to 19, the job markets also is getting changed. So these job markets are not a, you cannot call it as a stable one. Rather, it is a stable one and a fluid, and what we can say in a better way, that is in a fluid state of affairs. So it is all the time people are looking for one job to other. Mainly those who are in a little bit unorganized sector or in the private sectors. Now, if we what are the main challenges? Already, Professor Meeta Banerjee referred it when talking about the women in education. The existing problems are the mainly the conservative attitude of the society towards discourage their participation in decision making. I'm not talking about the for the school going or the college going. Their participation in the decision making. That is important. That is existing problems, and there we are finding this conservative attitudes prevailing in every level, in every layer, from lower to higher. Despite sensitizations of empowering women through education, their enrollment in higher education is not very satisfactory in every sector, apart from arts and the science stream. In this context, globalization is accompanied by a closer focus on techno-science, which has gendered implications. Women are less likely to be involved in those areas which are front runners in the new economy and the market. They are also likely to be at lower levels, and they may not be able to address the time-space compression that IT demands. Those located in more reflective areas who can quickly respond to the call of the market will react differently to these changes. So this is the main problem, existing problems. Direct ties between industry, the corporate world, and higher education have altered the skills that new jobs require, especially for the women, that is. And certainly the absence of a gender dimension in the education curriculum should be taken care of. Now, if we look to the principal barriers preventing the participation of women in the decision-making area, first of all, limited access to education, especially higher education. But certainly there is a change we are noticing in every state in our country, in every metropolis. Only there are some points where the access to education is what we are seeing is still very disturbed. For men there, social background, I am not mentioning the social and cultural background, and I am not mentioning the economic background. Discriminating appointments and the promotion practices. We cannot deny the fact. It's happening still. When you're thinking about this for a certain kind of appointments, we are not preferring the women or the ladies for this. Even in the promotion practices, well, in the private sector, what is happening, that is very is a negative attitude we can find. Even in some higher education institutions, what we have noticed in the last 5 or 6 years back also, in some cases of Indian Institute of Management, in Institute of Technologies areas, in their promotional practices. The stress of striking balance between family and the professional roles, already mentioned, like you mentioned about it, Professor Mita Banerjee. This we never understand, being a male member of it, how difficult it is for them. Their professional roles and their family roles. And to cope up situation with the situation, it's a struggle, it's a kind of barrier they are facing still. And in many cases, the family attitudes. Sometimes we think it is enough that you complete your office work and come back, forget about other things. Do something, whatever your family deserves from you. That is family chores. Absence of adequate policies and legislation to ensure the participation of women, it is not enough in our country, it's not enough in many parts of the world. So this is another area which should be noted in proper manner. In spite of that, if we check up, already we talked about it, the things are getting changed. If we check up the only one or two parameter, I'm very happy to note. Shubhadeep, can you share the 2 slides I have provided you?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing.
Okay. Now, if the gross enrollment ratio, if we check up, because this is one of the issues, the gross enrollment ratio as far as the higher education concerned, because we already targeted that 30% at least we'll try to achieve by the 2020. By 2020. Now, it is when we are competing with the other countries, like our neighbor countries like China. China is constituted almost 50% of the gross enrollment ratio. And I'm not talking about the development where in some cases it is 90 to 98%. In many cases, in some cases even in 100%. But the only parameter which we are looking for it, and is in the highest priority of our government also, central government also, as well as the state government, that how to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education. So there, what I am getting a positive picture that if you check up the last 10 years data from 2010 to 2018, if you can check, if you can share I have provided the two tables. It will be much easier to. Anyway, if it's not, I can tell you that is it visible? No, is it visible?
Visible or not?
It's not visible to me, to my skin at all.
I'm trying to do that once again, sir.
Okay, let me continue it. If it's come, then it's better. This gross enrollment ratio, when I finding this data, that is pretty encouraging me. If you check up the 2010-11 data, well, the gap was around 2.9% between men and women higher education ratio, that is gross enrollment ratio. But even in 2013 to 2014, the gap certainly reduced down. It is 1.9. And it increased a little bit of it in 2014-15. But what is encouraging me, that is in 2017-18 data, the men gross enrollment ratio is 26.3. Women enrollment ratio is 25.4. And there the decreasing is very less, that is 0.9%. And if you check up in 2020-21, gross enrollment ratio of women is much higher, is suppressed. That is uh, almost 26.4, whereas the male gross enrollment ratio is 26.3. So the gap is minus 0.1, and that is most encouraging to me. And what we are seeing, what we are observing in everywhere, the women's are actually advancing, and it is, if we take the enrollment subject wise, it will give you the same picture. In this special, I don't take much time. Medical science stream shows a very good picture, that higher number of female students, whereas total enrollment is 7.96 lakh students, female students are 7.25 lakhs. In this way, it is the science and the arts also. So, as well as the teachers, it's not that exactly bad situation. The number of total teachers at university level is around 1.9 lakh, out of which 63.35% are the male and 36.65% are the female. So they're marching on. I think within a few years, it will be a 50% almost. So these are all good signs what we are noticing. However, the female participation is very high and also increased sharply at all levels during the last 5 years, even the literacy levels also. But despite this increase in GER in higher education and an increase in literacy levels, the percentage of women entering the workforce is declining. That is very discouraging. The participation of women in Indian workforce has declined from 30.72 in the year 2001, 23.41% in the year 2019. And during this period, I mean the pandemic period, I think declined further. So this is the main area. I think what are the main policies we must take among the and some of the components if we refer. What we have to do in where it should be much more sensitive if we take it in this manner, the promotion of gender awareness from the lower level to higher level, I mean the extreme primary level to the tertiary level. Secondly, the integration of technical, entrepreneurial, cultural, and community aspects. This integration, if you can be built up, automatically it will give you the liberty, and the women will come up much more in every sector as an entrepreneur, as a decision maker. Information and lesson on program and policies. That we have to skill them. Provisions of planning and thinking skills that we have to extend or we must enhance. The provisions should be enhanced. Existence of women networks in the publication. This is again the area already referred in area, that is self-help group. If they can provide it in this way, how the different self-help group is working all over India, even our neighbor countries, that will give them a real bonanza. Increased training programs for women is another one. I believe that is training programs should come up in village level, in the panchayat level, so that they can get the actual benefit of it. I hope that some people will think about these matters more seriously for some more times. I will again thank you to everyone, all the.
Yes. Bulwani Sahu. না এই অ্যাঙ্কার সাথে কিছুই বলছে না, স্পিকার অফ আছে, এসডি স্পিকার অফ আছে। হ্যাঁ স্পিকার অফ আছে, আমি চালু করেছি। হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে না কিছুই, ও বলছে না, বলে তো শোনা যাবে।
Thank you, Professor Sumant Chatura, sir. Sir, I think that you are facing some technical glitches, maybe of network or internet. So, sir has rightly pointed out that problems of the CAP panchayat dictating the young girls and forcing their young marriages, thus hindering their higher education. Women only have their role as the head of the department, of the head of the states in 21 countries at present. And 190 countries have never had a woman leadership. The progress may be slow, but Chakrata sir is very optimistic about the role of women in leadership in global portfolio. But the scenario is gloomy at the macro level. There has pointed out the problems limiting the higher education for women and gender integrity. We are hopeful that our webinar can throw some light on uplifting this scenario at large. Now, it will be my request to Professor J.C. Nanda sir, former professor and head of the Department of Education and chairman of Council of Deans, Ravenshaw University, Katak sir, to join us and share his valuable knowledge on the theme of today. Sir, would you please join us? I'm giving the mic to sir. Professor J.C. Nanda sir. Am I audible, sir?
Good day, everybody. Present over there. This is Professor J.C. Nanda from Odisha. I am a retired professor of education, and it's a great pleasure for me to address the audience over there representing this Balurghat B.Ed College. Honorable President Navkumar Das ji, Namaskar. Esteemed resource persons, learning participants, and this is really a very interesting topic worthy of discussion and deliberation. The topic assigned to me is higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in 21st century. Am I audible to all of you? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, to quote Gandhiji, he was saying, as long as women of India do not take part in public life, there can be no salvation of this country. He has used the word salvation, Gandhiji. And as you know, so far as our Millennium Development Goals are concerned, Sustainable Development Goals are concerned, emphasis has been laid on promoting gender equality and empowerment of women, because that is the key for social reconstruction, economic development, socio-economic progress of the country. And that is to be taken care of, taking into consideration the 21st century situation. We are living in a knowledge society. We have to acquire the 21st century skills to cope with the changing lifestyle and the globalization effect. All these things are very important. And this gender equality is something which has been enshrined in the constitution of the country, starting from the preamble to fundamental right to directive principle of state policy. And the constitution is in favor of a positive discrimination for women. There should be discrimination. Sometimes people question why so much of reservation, why special provisions for women. Yes, this is a discrimination, but this is a positive discrimination. Earlier, this was called as welfare programs for women. But nowadays, the nomenclature has been changed. We say that it's development. Not any welfare program. We mean development. We mean empowerment. And something great has been done in this country through the constitutional amendment So far as Article 73 and 74 are concerned. Now there is reservation of seats in the local bodies, panchayat, municipality. But only reserving seats for women will not serve the purpose. They have to be empowered so that they assert themselves, so that they can really play key role for socio-economic development of the country. So empowerment is something very important to be understood by all of us. And higher education, I believe, is the instrument through which we can ensure the empowerment of women. And research studies show that the level of education is something which influences the level of empowerment among women. And therefore, we must understand what is women empowerment. You know, there is gender policy in this country. And this women empowerment, some parameters have been specified in the Program of Action 1992. And let me discuss those parameters. The first one is we have to enhance their self-esteem and self-confidence. Self-esteem and self-confidence of women, that is to be strengthened. Self-esteem means any woman must be treated with respect, dignity. There is some background noise over there. Can you please check it? Can you please check it? Background noise over there. Please mute yours. So that is what I simply mean by self-esteem. Every girl, woman, irrespective of social category, must be treated with respect. And self-confidence means increasing their confidence level to such an extent that the woman, educated woman, can assert herself, starting from family to social life, to political life, to economic life. You see, there is a discrimination at the family level, there is discrimination at the workplace, there is discrimination at the social level, all these things. So, a woman has to be assertive in different walks of life, in different situations of life. That is one of the criteria of women empowerment. And secondly, we have to build a positive image of women. How can it be done? We can do it by recognizing their contribution to society, to economy, and in politics also. You see, in America, that lady with Indian origin, Harish, she is now the Vice President of America. Economy, they are playing major role. There are women entrepreneurs now in society, so many people, even from rural background, tribal background, women are doing so well. And third one is they must be able to think critically. Critically. They should not accept things as they are. They should not accept anything without critically analyzing it. And fourth one is decision-making skill. Decision-making. She becomes a part of the decision-making process, starting from the home. You know that we have a patriarchal society, it will take time. But the conscience of the mother, the views of the mother, that must be taken before taking a decision at the family level. And once they acquire this life skill, decision making is a life skill, they have to act through collective processes. And they must be empowered how to work through collective processes. And then we have to educate them to make informed choice in areas like maybe education, what is to be pursued in academics, employment, which job is to be taken up, health, particularly reproductive health, that is so important. Now, how to deal with change. These are very important for women. Ensure equal participation in developmental process. In the developmental process, both men and women, they can contribute. So that we have to ensure that they participate equally, they get equal opportunity. And through higher education, we have to provide information, knowledge, skill for economic independence. This is something which has been highlighted in the National Education Policy 2020 also. They want entrepreneurship education, particularly at the stage of higher education, entrepreneurship. We want more and more women entrepreneurs, right? So that sort of knowledge, that sort of skill, 21st century skill, that is so much required. And now it's time to critically analyze our curriculum, our syllabus that we have been offering at the tertiary level. Does it ensure these parameters? And finally, another important thing is we have to enhance their access to legal literacy, and we have to provide them information relating to their rights and entitlements in the society. Many women, previously Honorable Professor Suman Chatterjee was showing you the literacy gap. You see, 82% male and 65% female. And this gap is huge, right? So we have to educate them. They should know that education is a right. Now, with this Article 21B, 2009 Act, at CFC Act, Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act, people do not know that education is their birthright. Education is their right. Government have to spend money for their education. And we have to improve this literacy rate. And we have to not only literacy, but we have to ensure that new literates are given the opportunity to learn more, continuing learning. That is so important. So, legal literacy is very important. Sometimes they're harassed in their in-laws' house, there is dowry, there is so much of things. So all these things are to be combated, and this is possible through education. Education is the force, education is the tool, which is the financier. In the meanwhile, something has been done. Not that we have not improved, but that improvement is marginal. Even Sumant Babu, I will refer to his discourse. You see, there is marginal improvement in the GER, that is gross enrollment ratio. For women, it is 26.40, and for men, it is 26.30. Right? So, but we have to think of the big picture. That is the vision envisaged in the NAP 2020, that we have to make it 50%. And accordingly, we have to plan. GER has to be 50% by the year 2030. Are we ready? Perhaps we are not ready. And you see, the participation of women is only 48.6%. 48.6% women contribute to the total enrollment. So, keeping in view this data, we have to plan further to ensure women education, particularly at the tertiary level, and women empowerment, thereby ensure women empowerment. And this type of education will be basically skill education. You see, after 86 policy, you see, Women's Studies Department have come up. They have started thinking in terms of gender-based budget, and there is a cell in place to look into the cases of gender harassment in different institutions. We call it GS-CAS, that is Gender Sensitization Committee Against sexual harassment. This committee is there in all institutions, particularly in the universities, this committee is there. So we take the issue very seriously. There is a cell in place also for equal opportunity. This is how we can make our classroom inclusive, our campus inclusive, and this is how we can really fulfill the vision of new policy, that is equitable higher education, where there will be no gender harassment, where opportunities will be extended to women. And another important thing is that there is curriculum gender bias. That is to be eliminated, that is to be removed. And our curriculum, there are some basic courses can be introduced for both boys and girls, not only for girls. They must know what is sex, what is gender. Philosophically speaking, this difference between male and female is not an essential difference. It is just an accidental difference. You see, sex is something which is biologically determined. But as far as gender is concerned, it is a construct, psychologically and socially determined something. So they are not very important. And side by side, we also need certain advocacy program. Media can create a gender fair climate. Even at the institution level, there are certain key issues still that needs to be addressed. Those issues, the first issue that is coming to my mind is relating to access, retention and completion. Access. I told you already the GER, gross enrollment ratio. And you see the location of the institutions. If the women, they belong to remote areas, remote pockets, tribal areas, hilly areas, they cannot come to urban areas. Because higher education institutions are always in urban centers. So there is sometimes career interruption. And in the campus itself, there is alcoholism, drug abuse. Campus is no more a safe place. And this is the stage when particularly women, they get married. And this marriage also hampers their career. They fail to pursue their career. And one very important thing that causes problem is girls attending colleges and universities, they do some household works also, take care of maybe their siblings, and they take some responsibility. For example, somebody attending to ailing grandparents, this is what is happening. So sometimes marriage becomes a necessity in certain families, as a result of which they become dropouts, they fail to complete. And if you see the transition rate from higher secondary to college, you will find that the rate is not very much encouraging. Transition rate is to be improved and girl students are to be encouraged. One thing very important I saw in the NEP 2020, which says that nobody should be deprived of education because of financial reasons. So, but poverty is also a factor. Poor parents, they don't like to invest money in the higher education of their daughters. Rather, they would prefer to get them married. And marriage, in spite of all these dowry rules, this, that, it is still a taxing affair. It's a taxing affair for parents. So they would prefer their daughter to be married rather than continuing higher education. And there is also gender stereotype. They prefer to pursue a course, a career in maybe child development, nursing, teaching,
And fewer students, they enroll in science, technology-related courses, vocational courses, right? So that is something you will find that the enrollment of girls is very low also in the institutions of national level importance. So that is something, gender stereotype, that is to be changed. We can encourage students to opt for science stream, technology, they should be enrolled in vocational courses. And gender-based violence in the campus, sexual harassment in educational institutions because of this alcoholism, things like that. Campus is no more safe. The parent don't feel safe to leave his or world in college. That is something. They're afraid of. They're scared. They're scared. So that is something we have to make the campus a gender-friendly environment has to prevail. Again, the conservative attitude of the society. Conservative attitude. Girls, they are studying, they become isolated. Right? That attitude continues in some part of the countries where literacy level is very low. And absence of gender dimension in essential core is gender issues, gender perspectives. That's not there. And you see, girl students are supposed to balance between jobs and studies. काम करेंगे, पाठ पढ़ेंगे. How can it be done simultaneously? Family के काम करेंगे, study करेंगे. Family work करेंगे, study करेंगे. ऐसे balancing की जरूरत है. And they need a bit of counseling, and that's not available. And all these problems arise because of the poor implementation of the policies, poor implementation of the arts, rules. All these things, cultural stereotyping also contributes to lower rate of participation among women in higher education stage. However, some suggestions can be given to improve upon this scenario. My first suggestion would be to strengthen the political commitment. Political commitment. Ministers, political bosses, they should be committed. It should start with this mainstreaming business, should start with government. Heads of higher education institutions, maybe vice chancellor, principals of the colleges, all of them should take care of this. That leadership role should be given to women faculty members, those who show a bit of leadership qualities. And we have to enhance, as I have already told, women participation in science, technology and vocational programs. Then another option before all of us is extending the facilities under open and distance education. You see, distance learning programs must be extended to their benefit. It's only 40% of the total enrollment in distance programs. It can be improved so that women folks, they can stay at home and they can study, they can be, they can pursue higher education. This open university, open schools, all these opportunities are coming now. And we have to avail ourselves of these opportunities to widen the access to education through this mode. And we have to make universities safe and prevent gender-based violence. Gender-based violence. And you see, we have to create a sort of, you can say, ambience so that they are not marginalized, they are not discriminated. That sort of situation is expected in higher education institutions. And research on gender issues need to be undertaken. Gender issues, research. If you analyze the research, you see 23,765 males have been awarded PhD. At the same time, the number is only 17,048 in case of women. So this research is something that is to be promoted. And this research may be focused on understanding gender, what does it mean being a woman, all these things. So another suggestion found in literature is to provide, to have women-only universities, to create and support women-only universities. But to my mind, boys and girls should read together, because ultimately they have to live with boys. Cope with the psyche of boys. Otherwise, they will face somebody stranger in their life, and adjustment will be a problem. So instead of this women-only universities, my view is that we can promote women education in co-educational institutions. Then provision of scholarship stipend to girls. That is something very important. And provision of crèche and childcare facilities must be there, so that working women, married ladies, they can also attend class, and the cases of their babies that can be taken care of in the crèche, in the childcare facility. And through university, through media, there should be advocacy programs, robust advocacy programs, showing the positive image of women, showing the contribution of women. That is to be recognized. So advocacy program may be started. And another thing is, we need also women faculty members, because a girl student, a woman student is always compatible with a woman faculty members. If you see, there is 57.8% male teachers as against 42.2 female teachers in different higher education institutions in India. That is the statistics. So we can recruit more and more women teachers. And then we have to create counseling cells. And we need somebody, counselor, who may function like a gatekeeper, who would open the doors of opportunities for the women. That is a suggestion, and let the women folk become effective agents of social transformation and progress. You see, now we have this policy, EP, National Education Policy 2020. And in the policy, the structure recommended for higher education is very congenial for women students, for girl students to pursue higher education. You see, somebody can take leave after doing 1 year program. If she gets married, let her enjoy married life, no problem, and she will come back. If somebody is at the caring stage, she can deliver the baby and come back after 1 year. So this is how 1 year, after 1 year, after 2 years, after third year. So this provision, this flexibility is there that I think would suit the continuance of women students in higher education. We can cash on it. Structure is, to my mind, very much suitable. And another thing that is coming up is gender inclusion fund that would be created at the national level, which would be providing quality and equitable education to all girls. And some institutions are doing very well I can tell you that under National Policy and Education 86, we had under SSA, Sarva Shiksha Abhijan, we had a nice experiment, that is opening up Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalayas in educationally backward blocks, EBB. And I have observed few Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalayas where I have seen the girls getting admitted, being dropped out. And I see that progress, and they are so smart after spending about 2, 3, 4 years. And it's a good sign that this scheme has also been recognized by NAP to with all these things, I think I see we can ensure the women power for the country. We have so many examples in India also. And recently this Kamala Harris, this is a burning example. How could she fight her way out to become the Vice President of the United States of America? Similar examples. And all this methodology also, we have to change. We can organize workshop, and this gender-based training must also be given to our teachers at the higher education level, how to handle girls, particularly girls. They need some protection, some support, some special interventions from the teachers. So that is something which we have to take care of. Even Vice Chancellor must understand what is the problem of girls. I have one example with me. Students going to a Vice Chancellor complaining the problems of bathroom they don't have. And the Vice Chancellor gets irritated. What are you speaking? You girls, you can go, is this a problem? Lady Vice Chancellor. If this becomes the attitude of all Vice Chancellor, of all principals, then how can they continue? You see, if we are admitting women and girls, we have to see that they are given hostel facility, hostel accommodation, all these things. We have to ensure. We can do many things in India. Unit laws, national education policies, government. They need a bit of space. They need a bit of freedom. And we have to, it should not be taken as a license for them, but we have to give that space to them. We cannot suppress them. In one university where I was teaching, all boys were celebrating this Ganesh Puja, Saraswati Puja. And one occasion, the girls they came, we want to do like that. But I was reprimanded by my Vice Chancellor. What are you doing? How do you allow that? Give them space, some sort of liberty, some sort of freedom. And we have to explain them, we have to understand them. And sometimes fail to understand them. We impose so many restrictions on the being and becoming of women students. This is a very good topic. I hope Balurghat College will take a plan for empowerment of women. This country also needs empowered teachers, and I hope the girls who have joined Balurghat B.Ed College, they will become empowered teachers. They can guide the enrollment of girls, success of girls, and transformation of girls. So, thank you so much. I have been given 40 minutes time, and I hope I have done my job. And thank you very much, Honorable Navkumar Das ji, the faculty members of Balurghat B.Ed College, the principal. I had a nice experience of going there maybe 10, 15 years ago. And one of my students, he was instrumental in inviting me to go there. I enjoyed my stay at Balurghat. It's a beautiful place. I hope some Bangladesh students must have been studying in that college, Balurghat College. I don't know. So thank you very much. It's a big opportunity for me, and I hope I have done justice for the job you have assigned me. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure for me. Okay. Any question, any observation, you feel free to ask me.
Thank you, sir, for your kind speech. Sir, we have a question and answer session coming up at 1:15. So yeah, we shall be informing you about that. And Desinanda sir has quoted Gandhiji and his first cited observation that economic and socio-economic development of the country depends on the education of women. The Constitution of India is also in the favor of the positive discrimination for women, and Article 73 and 74 reserve seats for women in local bodies. But only reserving seats would not encourage them unless they are treated with dignity and respect. Improvement of literacy rate for women is the utmost priority today, and Sir has rightly stated that government must educate women on women education at the tertiary level, which has been neglected for decades. Sir has also suggested that the political commitment should be strengthened within the country, as well as enhancing the women participation in all sectors. Extension of women open distance learning so that the woman can stay at home and pursue higher education as well. Research on gender issues are to be undertaken, and creation of new women universities like Kanasi University at India and providing them with scholarship and stipend through national education policy will also enhance their participation at large. Now, I proudly welcome Professor Sanjay Rai Mukherjee as the chief guest of the webinar and would request her to share her thoughts and inspire us with her keynote speech. Ma'am, will you please join us and share your thoughts?
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible enough. Not very, it was echoing. Anyway, I'm not sure who are present and who are not present since we are already online. And I extend my apology to the principal of B.Ed College and to the organizers for my delayed appearance because I was caught in a meeting, selection committee meeting, which got delayed. So I'm now here, and I'm thankful to Madam of the oral session, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Konyasri, Nodia, and Professor Mita Banerjee, and the Chairman of the Balurghat Municipality, Mr. Haripada Shaha, and Professor G.C. Nando of Ravenshaw University, Professor Shumanto Chattaraj, former Principal Government Teachers Training College, Malda, and Professor Madhuri Sav of SP Mandalis Tilak College of Education, Pune. And of course, the principal, the teachers, my fellow colleagues, esteemed colleagues of Balurghat B.Ed College, and of course, the organizers of this webinar. And I'm really thankful and grateful that you have organized this webinar on a very, very extremely relevant topic, which has been relevant for years, and it's still relevant and a very topical issue. And of course, it is indeed an honor for me to have been invited to this webinar and speak on this topic. So, in fact, it was written as a keynote address, but I think I've passed my time, but whatever it is, I'll just speak around, I'll try to give an overview of this in the context of globalization from a feminist perspective, and instead of just quoting the statistics. Okay? And as we are all perhaps aware that women gained access to higher education during the first 4 decades post-independence, that is after 1947. And it was a time when the Indian economy had to start afresh and tread newer paths to the path of progress. And at the time of independence, the literacy rate was hovering around 16 to 18%, with the gender gap in the literacy rate at 12% in 1951. Gender gap in literacy rate increased unabated with the rising girl child dropouts vis-a-vis that of the boys. And this is attributable to various underlying socio-cultural and economic factors. It's a big challenge for the country, for a country like India, to create human capital, crucial input for economic growth and development. Now, in the 2011 census, the gender gap had declined to 16% from 21% in 2001, that is, and 24% in 1991 and 26% in 1981. 1981, the gender gap has started declining. So, which is indicating that more number of girl children and more number of women are actually coming into the education foray. An important statistic that we need to recall is that female literacy was at an abysmal 8.86% in 1951, rising gradually to 65% as per the 2011 census. Now, though we have come a long way from 0.6% female literacy rate at the beginning of the 20th century, but we are yet to achieve 100% literacy rate for the women, even after more than 100 years, actually. So it was a century-long, movement or century-long struggle for women to achieve 100% literacy, and we are yet to achieve that. Now, starting from 1950-51, when the proportion of women in higher education was 10.9%, it had risen to 40.4% in 40.04% and the increase has been significant. Thus, the proportion of women entering higher education today increased rapidly from 32% in 91-92 to 40% of all students in 2002-03. Now, there have also been shifts in women's choice of disciplines in higher education, something which I would like to elaborate. There are also wide disparities in enrollment by region, caste, tribe, and by gender. Now, these differences have an impact on women from the disadvantaged groups, especially because there is an intersectionality in them. Women's participation in higher education in the initial years after independence, higher education was fully state-funded and subsidized. However, women's participation was primarily in the stereotyped feminine subjects that were characteristically non-professional and non-market courses. Now, before going to the reasons behind the poor participation, the value of education in one's life, something that all of you are aware of. This is for the benefit of the students. Besides other things, education has an intrinsic value of its own. And following Amartya Sen, education and health are merit goods that merit state funding. Education is also one of the pillars of human development. It also plays several roles in our lives, including but not limited to a social role, interpersonal roles, distributive role, and empowering roles. Now, these roles are equally important for both the genders. But the distributive and the empowering roles are very critical for women. Now, while distributive role delivers distributive justice by increasing their capacity to claim the economic resources, the empowering role is the enabling factor to enhance their status and position in the society. Now, further, education acts as a catalyst for social change, something that we are all aware of. And the higher seats of learning that cater to the demands of higher education, namely the colleges and the universities, are there as agents of social change and social mobility. Now, this image of an university was in tune with the expectations of learning in emerging democracies, in industrializing societies in 20th century. The expectation being that universities will reflect the broader social issues and concerns instead of being just corporatization of higher education in the 21st century is in sharp contrast to the erstwhile approach of higher education institutions acting as a catalyst of social change and as agents of social mobility. Now, when we are to ponder upon the challenges of women in higher education in the 21st century, it needs to be done against the backdrop of globalization in India, which started in the 1990s. What about various pressures to change not only in the spheres of economic activity, but also in the segments of social infrastructure, namely education and health? And India witnessed a rising social demand for professional education since the 1990s. And this demand created a pressure to change the structure of the existing higher education system. Thus, the significant paradigm shift in the image of the university was achieved through privatization that increased the individual cost of education. However, as a necessary fallout of globalization and access to internet created demand for newer professional courses that are job and marketable. This came at a price, since most of the countries were self-financed, technology dependent, and too specialized, and therefore beyond the reach of even the middle class population of the country. Access to higher education witnessed a division in terms of the classical ability to pay concept or approach. This raised a serious concern in terms of entitlement to access disciplines of choice. Now, choice of subjects for women in higher education has been limited to primarily arts and humanities and later to a few science subjects. But the new elite professional courses offered at a substantially higher fees, like microbiology, biotechnology, public administration, and the various management courses, are still accessed by very few women. I'll come to the issue of this subject choice a little later. Now, in the new century, that is in the 21st century, and artificial intelligence are deeply transforming countries and communities with their impact on the economic, social, and political structures. This has been reported in the UNESCO that while these developments pose challenges, they also offer opportunities. And the use of digital platform is giving women greater access to markets, knowledge, opportunities that can result in higher female employment rates. More than 750 million adults, two-thirds of whom are women, are marginalized by illiteracy. UNESCO's Director for Gender Equality is on record having commented that behind each one of them is a face, a story, a life. Education is their right and our future. So this is something which we need to recall and remember every time we step into a classroom or every time we interact with a student, because they are our future. Now, let us now dwell on the subject choice by women. Now, according to Becker in 1981, I quote, academic subjects are not neutral. They are cultures, each with its own way of perceiving and interpreting the world. which has been quoted in Thomas 1990. Now, Karuna Chanana in 1988, she has written on women in higher education at length, actually. Karuna Chanana in 1988 pointed out that the disciplines are also divided into masculine and feminine disciplines. For example, arts, social sciences, humanities are viewed as feminine disciplines, while commerce, law, engineering are masculine disciplines. However, unlike in the Western countries, medicine or medical sciences has not been a masculine discipline in India, primarily owing to the practice of female seclusion, as in the rest of South Asia, and the women patients were preferably treated by women doctors. And this necessitated the training of women doctors, thereby enabling women to enter the medical profession. Now, as it has been also observed by Professor Chanana and others, that soon after independence, the proportion of women in some of the masculine disciplines was negligible and remained so until the 1980s, with the exception of commerce. Now, let me give some basic statistics, quoting from Chanana. For example, women in commerce was 0.5% in 1950-51 and increased to 15.9% in 1980-81. It has been going up steadily and now stands at 36.7% in 2002-03. In engineering and technical courses, their proportion was 0.2% in 1950-51, and 3.8% in 1980-81, and in the early 21st century was 22.3%. Their proportion has increased from 2.1% to 20.8%. In education, women were 32.4% even in 50-51 and are now at 50.6%. In medicine, their proportion was 16.3% in 50-51 and is now 44.7%. And the proportion of women in 2002 and 3 in arts was 44.2% and has been increasing steadily since 70-71. The proportion of men, on the other hand, has decreased gradually during the same period from 83.9% to 54.6%. And in teacher education, another feminine discipline, the proportion of women has gone up from 32.4% to 50.6% in 2002-03. What means some of the critical implications of globalization? Now, as Harvey, Slaughter, and Leslie pointed out in the 1990s, that globalization reinforced, I quote, the change in the stratification of disciplines or subjects between arts and science. Next, the expansion of the applied professional subjects and the private sector as a critical player, and shifts in the subject choices of women. Moreover, globalization is accompanied by an increased focus on techno services, which have gendered implications, because women are less likely to be involved in those areas which are front runners in the new economy and the market. They may also be unable to adjust to the time-space compression that IT demands or fosters. Further, according to Chanana, globalization has changed the world into a global market. Nexus between the industry, the corporate world, and higher education has brought a transformation in the skill required for the jobs. And subsequently, there has been a corresponding change between arts and science subjects. While the stratification between arts and science has been further reinforced by globalization, the sciences are also subdivided into the applied or the emerging versus the pure sciences. So natural or pure sciences were relegated to a lower position than the applied sciences and the professional skill subjects. Again, as I mentioned earlier, academic courses related to biosciences, like such as molecular biology, microbiology, biochemistry, biophysics, are preferred over biology, physics, and chemistry. Now, in the hierarchy of disciplines, new disciplines such as management, the media, the mass communication, fashion technology, etc., their place towards the higher end of the sector. And it is here that the private institutions are very quick to respond because of their abundancy of resources. And therefore, they can cater to this rising expectations and the rising demand for such profession-oriented subjects. Moreover, the new developments have led to the devaluation of the subjects in the humanities and the social sciences. Now, women, as we are all aware of, women used to enter colleges and universities mainly in the general education or in arts, humanities, and social sciences till the early 1990s, a trend which is still continuing. However, presently, women are entering into professional subjects offered in the public institutions also, and are also entering the private self-financing institutions, of course, if they can afford it or if they can pay the EMIs of the education loans, for pursuing their studies in both the new and the masculine disciplines. But we must not forget that if the goal of social change and gender equity has to be achieved, the gendered impact of these changes require attention. He rightly said that the study of inequality and social differences are critical to the understanding of women's disciplinary choices. Now, coming back to the women's subject choice, it is the family and the educational institutions that communicate the binary opposition of femininity and masculinity to the little girls and boys through general socialization. Ideologies actually permeate, relating the socialization process in the family and the home and carry them to the classroom processes, educational structures, and organizations. Now, Megory in 1944 argued that from the feminist sociological perspectives on women's educational experience, three aspects are discernible: participation, underachievement, and underrepresentation. Of course, exceptions are always there. The argument is that girls tend to opt for specific subjects because of their socialization, which relates feminine roles to feminine subjects. In India, the decision to make science compulsory up to the 10th standard ensured at least that all girls are to read science. Additionally, subject choice and its relationship to gender in higher education also received attention in the 1980s and also in the 1990s. It is argued that the clustering of women in specific subjects leads to the occupational segregation also later in life. Now, according to Becker in 1981, academic subjects are not neutral. They are cultures, each with its own way of perceiving and interpreting the world, which is quoted in Thomas, 1990. Now, much has been written on the patriarchal imprint on the subject choices of women in higher education and on the feminine and masculine dichotomy of the subjects. Now, since masculinity and femininity are social constructions, the underlying assumptions about subject or disciplinary choices have to be uncovered along with their close connection to women's place in society. while Thomas argues that it is a reflection of the balance of power between the sexes. Therefore, one should try to understand why certain subjects have become associated with women and others with men. Why is it prestigious to take up science and mathematics? Why science and mathematics are difficult for girls? Moreover, subjects are considered masculine not because of the numerical preponderance of men, but it is the other way around. That is, science is viewed as masculine and therefore more men take it. Now, to sum up, there are several dimensions of changes that have been taking place since 1991. The most important of which is in the position of the government, which is reflected in the reduction of state funding to higher education, entry of private players, the increase in the individual cost of higher education, self-financing of higher education, the entry of foreign institutions, the large number of Indian students who go abroad on self-financing basis, change in the academic environment in institutions, and the overwhelming dominance of professional and techno-science subjects, etc. Now, all of them need to be looked at and analyzed from a gendered perspective. However, the expansion of professional education and the changes in the disciplinary choices amongst women is most visible now. Economic liberalization and the market demand have influenced women's access to higher education and their choices of subjects. There is a perceptible change in the choices of women, especially in the metropolitan cities, where they are enrolling in the new professional courses such as management, fashion designing, hospitality management, computers, human resource management, etc. Now the question arises whether these trends are being reflected at the macro level, and do we really have sufficient data to demonstrate such trends? Another important aspect is the data on the marginal groups, such as the Dalits and the tribals. Women from these groups suffer from multiple handicaps of gender, caste, tribe, and rurality because these are the interlocking systems. They are the intersections, and these interlocking systems of domination. These have been pointed out by Hooks and other writers, and the regional disparities too are as crucial as those of the general population and the marginal groups. Thus, one can conclude that the various social constraints that pose challenges to women's access to higher education, and in recent times, privatization of higher education has reinforced these constraints. The life cycle of the national education policies can be traced back from 1968 to 1986, and finally to the most recent policy of 2020. A journey of over half a century covers a multitude of socio-political and economic upheavals. Positive note, the National Education Policy 2020 has conveyed the structural change in the education system, which aims to make India the global knowledge superpower, I quote, ensuring equity and inclusion. The aim of equity and inclusion is now at the heart of the new education policy. On the brighter side, the new education policy 2020 is willing to deploy a greater focus to issues of gender parity through inclusion of transgender children and the Gender Inclusion Fund. The present move to have universities in every district, like in our state, in the state of West Bengal, can help achieve the process of inclusion of women in higher education, easing their access to the highest seat of learning. But a word of caution out here. E-cutting by higher education institutions do not go hand in hand. Just like the commercial motives and the welfare approach in any public utility system are dichotomous in nature. Finally, as we progress with digitalization, the digital divide is apparent in a country like ours. However, educational institutions have come forward and reached out in various ways to accommodate such students, strengthening the non discriminatory approach to education while displaying inclusiveness in every sense of the term. It thus gives us a solace that education as an entitlement can be claimed by all, irrespective of class, caste, and gender. Only when the society too accepts the non discriminatory approach. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Our college is profoundly honored for her valuable keynote speech. Ma'am has rightly pointed that 2011 census had shown a steep decline in the gender gap, and that education helps in a social, as a social catalyst, and higher education institutions act as the changing factors. The need for professional education in the modern times has been a necessary aspect for higher education, and choice of subjects like microbiology and other various administration subjects. Ma'am has also stated that soon after independence, till 1980, an increase of 35% in the commerce and 22% in engineering and a substantial increase in teacher education for women was noticed. Globalization has changed the world market, and the stratification of arts and science has been further degraded, and newer avenues have opened up, like fashion technologies and other professional oriented subjects. The patriarchal social construction has hindered women to take up so called masculine subjects. I would like to request Dr. Madhuri Isave, Associate Professor, Tilak College of Education, Pune, Maharashtra, to share her views and thoughts and enlighten us with her speech. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much.
I'm just interjecting.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I take leave of you because I have to attend another meeting? Dr. Madhuri, I would like to listen to you now. Hopefully, the recording will be made
Yeah,
available.
thank you, ma'am. You spoke very well, very enlightened speech. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you
you very
so
much.
much. I'll
Thank you very
sign
much,
off
ma'am.
now, dear organizers, and hope to meet you in person when I go to Balurghat soon.
Surely,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
We are looking forward to that, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A very good afternoon to one and all the dignitaries and entire family of Balurghat B.Ed College, management, trustees, principal, students, and entire family. I am Dr. Madhuri from Maharashtra, Tilak College of Education, working as a professor in education since last 26 years. So today I'm going to present status of women in India higher education. So many points and highlighted about this keynote speakers and about renowned speakers. So let us start with the famous quote by Swami Vivekananda: "Educate your women first and leave them to themselves. They will tell you what reform are necessary." And also Mahatma Gandhi was say, if you educate the man, you educate the person, but if you educate the woman, you educate the nation. These about two quotes are enough to underline the importance of women education for nation development. In every sector of education, women education are very important in today's scenario also. The role of higher education for the development of nation is very well recognized in worldwide and in India. This sector has grown remarkably in the post-independence period, as we all know. Now, at present, the higher education in India is third largest education system, next to China and United States also. Now, I'm going to present screen over here. Unable to sharing here. Wait few minutes.
Ma'am, you please take your time.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Wait it please.
শেয়ার হচ্ছে বলতে হবে সেন্ড করে দিন
I think it is not sharing here.
Ma'am, if you want to carry on with your speech, you can go on, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you. So, as we know, the role of higher education is very remarkable. So, why higher education is expansion nowadays? So, we can say because of rapid growth of population and increasing number of universities. At present, now 993 universities there, and number of professional councils have come up for the management of higher education. Because of this reason, we can say the higher education system is expanded nowadays. So, as we see the enrollment of male student and female student in the higher education system, so we can say at the integrated courses like so male enrollment is higher than female enrollment. Certificate course, diploma course, PG diploma, and graduate level, graduate outcomes, male students are very prominent as compared to women. And MPhil degree, PG degree, female students enrollments are increased. This is the ratio, and as per the report of 2018-19 All India Survey of Higher Education, and PhD level also male enrollment is increased. So Indian higher education system enrollment is calculated in terms of GER, gross enrollment ratio, which is the ratio of population in 18 to 23 age group to the number of people enrolled in higher education. And in this, role of women is very important to increase the GER. In spite of many provisions made by commissions, committees, and policies for the upliftment of women, but there, but there some, but we call woman is in weaker section. Why? Because so many unavoidable reasons and many difficulties women have faced to complete their education. And it is a scenario, today's scenario, many provisions, many opportunities are available for women to take education. And they can effectively complete their education. But due to some their family responsibility or other political or other pressure, they couldn't complete their education. So this is one of the reason why our GR is less as compared to other countries. So it is very prominent and it is very our prior duty to enhance the women education again and again and to try for their upliftment. So girls education, while considering the girls education, in the educational planning, which was started from the 1951 to onward, girls education was the prior area. Even progress of education was not satisfactory. In 1951, girls education was not available or was not on platform. The reason behind an aspect of the situation which causes concern is the wastage which exceeds 50% at the primary stage. It was the reason. Wastage. Very few girl students reach up to the fourth class, which is regarded as the minimum period of providing permanent literacy. See, another major problem was public opinion in every part of the country, and parents' attitude was not equally alive to the importance of women education. These two prior reasons. A major obstacle in the way of promoting girls' education is the dearth of women education. And in the educational planning, 1951 to 1956, first 5 years plan was proposed, very less enrollment of girls in education. And in second 5 years plan, 1956 to 1961, the education of girls has lagged far behind. And in third education plan, 1961 to 1966, a very large gap still exists between the proportion boys was very at the first 5 years plan. And in this plan, the gap the proportion of boys and girls is in the fourth plan, the enrollment of girls will be further increased through the organization of special program for girls. And the fifth 5 years plan approach to women issue from welfare to development. Then sixth 5 year plan enrollment in education at primary and secondary level of education. And seventh 5 years plan sustained efforts has been made for the extension of women education. And eighth 5 years plan content related to women education highlighted in the curriculum. And it was very remarkable progress. And ninth plan, action plan for girls' education and free education for girls scheme was launched. And 10th 5 years plan, which was 2002 to 2007, showed continuous progress scheme launched for women. And 2007 and 2012, recognition and provision for women education was highly remarkable, and 12th 5 year plan expansion of women education, and women education was very much progressive from 12th 5 years plan till now. So another reason is expansion of girls education is so many provisions and policies made by these commissions committees. So when we talk about the progress of education in India, the Indian government has tried to provide incentives for girls through various programs like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, universalization of primary education, various schemes, midday meals, free books, hostel facility. Because of these schemes, women are attracted toward the education. They could complete their education without any obstacles. And it is also reflected in our Indian constitution also. Article 14 reflected Constitution of India equality issue come forward from that Article 15, and Article 16 equality of opportunity, equalization of education opportunity to all, and it was very progressive step taken for the women education. And Article 39 equal pay or equal work was provision was made, and in addition special provision was made by the state in favor of women. So it was a very progressive step in Indian constitution. So the establishment of National Women Commission and State Women Commission were important milestones in the direction of women empowerment and education also. Special reference was made in National Policy of Education 1986 and revised action plan in 1992, and it was focused on education for women equality and empowerment, and it was a real turning point in addressing gender issues. The national policy for the empowerment of women in 2001 was an important step taken by government. So The 86th Amendment, Constitutional Amendment Act has made elementary education and fundamental rights for education to all children of the age 6 to 14 years. And it was very helpful to take progressive steps in the field of women education. But when we talk about the participation of women in higher education, women are benefited from all that provisions made by commissions, committees, organizations, and Indian governments and all policy makers. The number of women enrolling in higher education in India, according to report from 1.2 million women in 2010 to 11, the number has gone up to 17.4 million in 2017 to 18, and participation of women in higher education is increasing in almost all states. These are there are some more females pursuing science and medicine courses at UG level. Female participation is very high and has also increased also at increase also at MA and MSc level also and MCOM level too. For example, in teacher training institution in my college in Maharashtra, I am working in teacher training institute. So out of 100 students, 95% enrollment is female enrollment. Girl students are more in our college. In our college, two division, English medium division and Marathi medium division. In English medium division last year, out of 50 boys, only 50 girls, only 2 boys was there. And in Marathi medium section, only 4 to 5 boys was enrolled. So women education is very much progressive. We can say this type of situation in teacher training institution. So women participation are more in teacher training institution and teaching field also. Female scholar number just 24% in 127 institute of national importance institute according to survey of all India on higher education. The status of women has been changed due to the greater access of higher education. UNESCO report 2012 also recognized women enrollment have seen the greater increase, not only gain the access, but degree completion in several field of study also. But there is some disparities. Some females are playing role in academic level, leadership level. Today there are more highly qualified and empowered female in academic level and leadership level, and more expectation of their gaining the higher post also. But challenges still remain in topmost level within institution structure and or system mandatory structure. So in the nature of when we consider the nature of participation of women in higher education level, in the administrative level it includes occupational categories, VC level, pro VC level, dean, registrar, assistant registrar, principal, vice principal, director, deputy head. In this administrative level women are functioning and very well, they are doing their role effectively, they are working. And teaching faculty in this category, professor, assistant professor, associate professor, permanent, temporary, clerical staff also, women are participating clerical staff. Some higher education institute have their own food services. Women are participating in catering services also. Students, researchers, scholars, PhD level, MPhil level, project fellow, research fellow, everywhere women participations are more in today's scenario. Challenges are still remain. It is another factor. But we concentrate, today's women are more progressive than traditional one. Because of they have many more opportunity to prove themselves. And she did. So gaining access in the education, the two aspects, societal aspects and legal aspect also. Societal aspects like education, employment, political power, property, health, decision making, are very important means for achieving improvement and education at all levels has been considered to be an important instrument for social transformation. See, when we can uplift the women's education is very powerful and very progressive. So it is a real social transformation stage. We can say this. According to law, he had identified the five level of empowerment of women. In today's situation, status of women recognized in all sectors, like welfare schemes, in welfare program, women are participating and proving themselves. Educational opportunities, participation in entire educational field and other field also, not only education field, and they are playing active role in the development of nation. And the era of 21st century marked by liberalization, privatization, globalization, technology, computer, digitalization brought a new dimension to human civilization. It threw a new challenge to a woman to prove her capabilities, which she did. So let us, I just focus within 2 minutes, challenges in spite of availability of many opportunity, today's women are facing many challenges. According to various expert review in education institution, many women work in the higher education system, but most of them at the bottom of the hierarchy. They tend to avoid top position or they may not get opportunity, thinking that it may be too much responsibility and involve politics. Some experts also believe that women in the country are on the powerful stage. So it is all about the expansion and participation of women in education sector. So there are the some schemes very much recognized for the upliftment of women. So status of women is the due to the efforts taken for the women's movement, the country amendment and enacted women related legislation during the 10th plan, Married Women Property Act, Hindu Succession Act, Union Budget 2005-60 for the first time included a separate statement highlighting the gender sensitivities of the budgetary allocation under 10 demands for grants. And it was very helpful. And gender budgeting cell were set up in 52 central ministry departments to review public expenditure, collect gender disaggregated data, and conducted gender-based impact analysis. And in the also 10th plan, so many schemes were launched. Swayam Siddha scheme implemented in 650 selected blocks, and target was 16,000 and achievement was 1,767. Then again, support to training and employment program for women, and target was training to 2.5 lakh women, but achievement was 2.3 lakh. Again, hostel facility for working women, target was construct 125 hostel benefiting 12,500 women. Achievement was 111 hostels were constructed during the plan benefiting 6,976 women. And it was the scenario on 10th plan. A Swadhar scheme to provide shelter, food, clothing, and care to the women living in different circumstances. No specific target, but achievement was 21,464 women was verified. In the 11th plan, for the first time, women are recognized not just as equal citizens, but as agents of economic and social growth. The approach to gender equality is based on the recognition that intervention in favor of women must be multi-pronged and they must provide women with basic entitlements and address the reality of globalization and economic, social, and psychological, ensure the participation and adequate representation of women at the highest policy level, particularly in parliament and state assemblies, strengthen existing institutional mechanism and create new one for gender mainstreaming and effective policy implementation, its impact on women by prioritizing economic empowerment. It was the scenario in the 11th plan. And in the 12th plan, UGC report, at the rural, when we consider the rural and urban area, women enrollment at the rural level and urban level, it was in 2005 as compared to male and female. Male enrollment was 7.2 and female was 6.4. It was very not much difference, not much very long gap, but it is quite remarkable. The subsequent 5 years plan and various committees, including the National Prospective Plan 1988-2000, have stressed the need for greater participation of women in higher education. These efforts have resulted in increase in women accessing higher education from 25.7 lakh in 1993 to 42.6 lakh in 1999-2000 to 54.6 lakh in 2004-5. Significantly, the growth in enrollment in higher education is much higher for rural women as compared to their urban counterparts. However, the relatively faster growth in women enrollment in higher education as compared to men. So, at last, a very few lines I would like to say. In addition to enrollment, retention and completion is an issue for women. There has to avenues for continued education for women who had interrupted educational trajectory. As compared to past period nowadays, women are progressive and it is because of efforts taken by planning commission and policies suggested by government. For the complete women empowerment and evaluation studies on the utilization of various grants to women be conducted. So these are all about the status of women in higher education. But at last, I can say higher education for higher, highly empowered women developed because of higher education. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a powerful speech on women education. It was our honor that we could listen to Dr. Madhuri, ma'am, and enrich our thoughts. We urge and request, ma'am, to visit our college at Balurghat once.
Yeah, surely I would like. Yes, surely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am has rightly quoted Swami Vivekananda, one of the most progressive minds ever born in India, that educate your women first and leave them, and so that they could tell you what reforms are needed in a nation. So India is, according to the statistics, India is leading in higher education just after China and the United States, and 993 universities have come up post-independence, and it has expanded our educational system. But it was not a very easy way around. And post-independence, very few girl students could reach up to the 4th class, which was the standard for literacy. And now, ma'am has rightly pointed that the remarkable steps taken by the government of India during their 5-year plans, all the plans and the National Education Policy 1986 and the revised one in 1992, that it has been exponential growth. Article 39 states that equal work and equal pay was also a progressive step towards women empowerment. And as ma'am has stated that teachers training colleges all across India, even in our college also, we have a higher ratio of women, and not only higher, means it is like 80 to 90% of women are getting trained for teaching. So that means that we are in very capable hands, and women education will also have a remarkable step up. So we are very glad that ma'am has joined us, and ma'am, we will request you to stay a bit longer as our reporters will be joining us. I will ask Dr. Kolpaturu, sir, to join us and introduce us with the reporters and do their own whatever they will do. So I'm asking Dr. Kolpaturu, sir. Sir, can you listen to me, sir? Kolpaturu, sir. Dr. Rajesh Ekka.
Yes, sir, I am here, sir.
Okay, and Dr. Meera Dalal.
Yes, so I'm here.
Okay, I'm not getting Dr. Kolpaturu actually. So, can I request him to join us, please, sir?
Okay, sir, as it was a progress, the speech of all the speakers, let me invite Meera Dahal to give the reflection from the first speaker, that is Professor Meeta Banerjee, Vice Principal of Vice Chancellor of Kanyakumari University. So, Meera Dahal, please give the reflection of that speech.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone and all. Am I audible?
Yes, Meera, you are audible.
Yes, you are very much audible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for the invite. Okay. So let me start. Education plays a vital role in shaping the social, economic, and political fabric of any society. Besides being a crucial agent in creation of knowledge, it is also a powerful tool for social and economic reform and regeneration. However, the process of education entails the involvement of highly specialized and experienced human resource for it to be truly effective. No learning worth its name is recognized as education till the human element is actively involved in shaping and receiving of experiences and knowledge from each other. Today, in the two-day NAAC sponsored national webinar organized by Balurghat B.Ed College, we had Professor Meeta Banerjee, Vice Chancellor, Kanyasri University, Nadia. She is an exemplary individual. She's very famous in West Bengal, and I also happen to be one of her students. So I'm very fortunate, actually, to introduce her and to talk about her. Okay, she is an exemplary individual, an epitome of commitment and dedication in the field of education. She has shared the best of her experiences, the challenges, and innovative practices that she has experienced back in her maiden institution and journey of her teaching in regard to women education. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. It was very nice listening to you once again. And Professor Meeta Banerjee is really an exemplary individual. We look up to her when we need to talk about women education. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful talk.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Meera Dahal.
Her unlimited knowledge given in limited time about the girl child education has turned out to be the pointers in shaping our vision in educating and encouraging a girl to educate, a girl child to educate. Then the next speaker that we had was Professor Sumanta Chatterjee. He has been an benevolent encourager, I should say. His talk has helped us in analyzing our inner self and question our conscience. His experience and technical knowledge is really praiseworthy. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful talk and for your wonderful presentation that you've given us. The next speaker that we had was Dr. Madhuri Ive, Associate Professor, SP Mandalis Tilak College of Education, Pune, Maharashtra. Ma'am has rightly pointed out the ratio of enrollment, and it is very encouraging and very soothing to listen that there is really there is a steep progress in women enrollment and women participation recently in the field of education, despite the lot of challenges that we have. She has also highlighted the problem of girl child in education, and she has also mentioned the recommendations in the context of women education given in different 5-year plans. But despite and she has been very encouraging and her speech has been very motivating, and in saying that there is steep rise in women education and women enrollment, okay, despite the odds and despite the challenges. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful speech. I hand over the mic to Rajesh Eka.
Thank you, Meera Dahal. I will try to give the reflection of Professor G.C. Nandu, former professor and head, Dean of Education, Ramensa University, Qatar. As soon as he began his speech, he started the quotation of Mahatma Gandhi. Sir, you have given the reflection of the reservation of women about the positive discrimination which is made in our society. Similarly, sir, you have given the other very important point that how women are developed from different welfare programs and development programs. As you noted clearly that reservation of the seats for the women in the political era and first in education system are very much given to them. And you also spoke about the self-esteem of women, that every woman should be respected in every sphere of life and every sphere of society. And women should be given the more opportunities to participate in different social economic areas. Similarly, you get the next point about the women should use the thinking critically and given the decision making process, and skills should be improved so that they can make the decision in their family and in the society. You also highlighted the NPE 2020 that includes the entrepreneurship in education, where the women should be included more and more in education and giving the education as the best opportunities to get educated for the women. Similarly, you pointed out another very important point, that is gender sensitization. As we know that gender sensitization is a very important point, as we sensitize the women so that they can know that equal opportunities has given in the society. Next speaker was Professor Sanchari Roy, VC, Dakhin Dinajpur University. Ma'am, as she started her speech, she pointed out 2 points, that globalization and feminist perspective of education. In early education, after the, hello? Okay. In early education system, after the independence, they pointed out that there was not satisfactory progress has been made in the area of women education at higher stage of education. But in the view of the great deal shown by the girls for higher education, it is the hope that the number in university and degree colleges, even it is increasing day by day. And some necessary changes have been introduced in the curriculum in order to suit the special interest and aptitude of the women and girl education. Similarly, she pointed out that the girls are also attracted towards various professional courses such as medical, engineering, teaching, nursing, etc. So special facilities should be provided to these girl students. I think we have completed all the reflection of all the speakers. It is over to Kalpata. Yes, Meera.
I would like to speak on Professor Sancharini Roy Mukherjee, ma'am, who is also the Vice Chancellor, Dakhin Dinajpur University. She is also another role model of when it comes to the context of women education. She has also talked a lot about the wonderful experiences, and she has really highlighted how education, especially women education, has come from a long way. She has actually highlighted a very nice history about how women education has come up, right from the different plans and different recommendations, and how NEP is also helping a lot in the context of women education. She has also highlighted the challenges that a girl child has faced. But her speech was very encouraging, and she herself, being a woman and being a professor, so her speech was also really inspiring, also very helpful, and it was an encouraging one, I should say. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful speech that you have given us. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mira. I want to add for the Madhvi ma'am. She has really gave the data statistics about the enrollment of the students at the UG, PG, MPhil. It is very happy to know that all in this section, higher education, women girls enrollment is increasing. And we have clearly mentioned the year by year 5 years plan about how it is after the independence. As the plan started in 1951, how year by year women are progressing. So, therefore, man, thanks a lot for giving us so much of information about the women education. And you gave, since I stayed in Pune, I was in Pune University, so I know that how it is in Maharashtra is there. So you gave that example of Maharashtra also. I very much thank you, ma'am, so that I feel that I am in Maharashtra. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Please come.
It is over to Kalpataru.
Hello, Kalpataru sir. Hello.
Kalpataru is not audible, sir.
Kalpataru sir, could you please turn on your mic?
He must have lost connectivity, sir.
It seems so. Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Kalpataru Mondol and Dr. Rajesh Shetkar and Dr. Mira Daral for your wonderful reflections on all the speeches. We have been adorned with such personalities around us, and we were glad to hear them speak, and we were glad to hear all. I would like to especially thank Dr. Madhuri for staying with us from such for such a short notice, and she has been providing us with such valuable informations. As well as I would like to thank Dr. Professor Sanjay Roy Mukherjee, the Vice Chancellor of Dakshin Dinajpur University, and Dr. Mita Banerjee. I will also like to extend my thanks to Professor Chaturaj sir, who has been very inspiring, and Professor J.C. Nanda sir, whose credibility is unquestionable. So all this and your reflections, all of your reflections had made this session a grand success, I must say. And a meaningful success will surely be, we will be having much discussions. We have a 15 minutes gap in between, just a small gap of 15 minutes, and we will rejoin the session. Till then, please stay with us, and we shall meet you again at 2:15. And I will request you to take a leave for 15 minutes, sir and ma'am, and then we shall meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
তোমারটা নাকি না স্যার কলেজেরটা স্যার কলেজেরটা কি বলছে রে বুঝতে পারছি তো হবে না ব্রেক বলে লিখে দাও তো কোনো কিছু লিখতে হবে না ব্রেক এমনি বলে দেওয়া যায় আচ্ছা ফোন করে দেই করে গিয়ে ওটা বলে দাও হ্যাঁ 15 মিনিটের ব্রেক আর 15 মিনিট আছে এক মিনিট আছে এক ঘাট স্যার এক ঘাট গাড়ি যাচ্ছে কালেকশন গুলো আছে আমার দিয়ে গেছে যে ভিডিও আছে আমি জানি তো দেখো স্যার এখন মনে করি সবাইকে দিয়ে দাও এখন লাঞ্চ ব্রেক চলছে ব্রেক আছে মর্নিংয়ের মধ্যে আমাদের তো আমাদের আমি দুটি করে পাবো এখন দুই করে এক মাস না ওনাকে ঠিক মাইন্ডটা দিয়ে দাও যে আমরা জাস্ট দুটো বলার হচ্ছে তো হ্যাঁ 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 ভিডিও স্যার স্যার এখানে আপনারা কত পেয়ে যাবেন না টাকা চাইতে তো তাকে আপনারা দিন দাও আর না তো মুড়ি বেরো না গো তাই বুঝতে না সাথে কত আছে না তো কত না না বলো সব জিনিস হ্যাঁ এখন আইনি তো আপনাই তো ভাববে এটা পেট করে বলে দিচ্ছে আর না না আর বলে হ্যাঁ আজকে কোন চাপটা দিবে চাপটা এই সিটি এটা মনে রাখো নোট জানা করা হয়েছে হ্যাঁ বলো আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ফেসবুক লাইভটা সেকেন্ড সেশন শুরু করে দাও ऐसा শুরু গেল নেট পাচ্ছেন তো বলো আচ্ছা 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 কাটা হয়ে পড়ে আছে হ্যাঁ নেক্সট থ্যাংক ইউ সহযোগিতা করার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ আচ্ছা এরপর দেখো ইউটিউব লিংকে প্রচুর ফেসবুক লিংকে প্রচুর আর গুগল মিটে আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি বেশি লোড দিতে পারবো না সবটা মিটিং করে দিই সব কি আছে কি নাই হ্যাঁ দেখতে আসছে আমি স্যার সার্চ করা হ্যাঁ আর হচ্ছে ওই সেটা মিলে আমার হচ্ছে 80 জন 90 জন হয়ে যাচ্ছে খবরটা না ভাবে চালানো হয়নি যে বলবো তুমি দুশো সাপোর্ট আমাদের তারা কাজ করতে পারছে না প্রথমে দুশো টাকা কত না হ্যাঁ ক্লাস তো পুরো জয়েন লাগলে তাহলে একটা কাজ কত শুরু করা কেন 5 টাকা
কে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন? যারা রিকোয়েস্ট করে সবাই সবাই তো মেনে নেবে আমার পাঠানো হয় তাহলে না মেল করা হয়েছে তাহলে হ্যাঁ মেলে পাঠাবো না কোথায় পাঠাবো আমি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ নাম্বার কিন্তু করে রাখছি সব তো মেলে পাঠাবো মেলে দেওয়া সকলের মেলে পাঠাবো না আছে না আছে না শিওর আছে আমি বলে স্যার বলবো আমি সাকিয়ে পাইনি না আছে ও স্যার কোন সময় নেট পাচ্ছে না এটা ইমেল নেট পাচ্ছে না ও নেট আচ্ছা ইলে বলে শেষ হয়ে যাচ্ছে তো কাটটা ফোন দেবে আচ্ছা যাবে তো কাটটা বড় দরকার নেই তিনটার মধ্যে আসে নাম হচ্ছে হচ্ছে গেছে দেখি এবার বুঝলে হবে আমার ছবি এই লোক কারো একটা শুনবো না এই লোকের একটা শুনবো আর কি বলে pero একটা লোক পিএইচডি মানে সে মাধ্যমিক থেকে মাস্টার ডিগ্রি পাস করে পিএইচডি করতে গেছে সেটা বোঝা যায় না তার এমএ পাস বিএ পাস মাধ্যমিক পাস সব কিছু স্যার জীবনে এত কষ্ট করে স্যার পাস করেছে স্যার আর যে লোকটা বঙ্গরত্ন পেয়েছে তাকে তো বঙ্গরত্ন পেয়ে কিন্তু সম্মানটা জানানো হবে না আমার বঙ্গরত্ন লাগবে না আচ্ছা স্যার ওটা তো না আমার এমএ কলকাতা থেকে এমএ লন্ডন থেকে আচ্ছা লন্ডনটাকে দেখা হাইলাইট করার জন্য ওই তো স্যার দেখো না হ্যাঁ স্যার আচ্ছা Berbicara sahabat, nah, হ্যাঁ জানা গেছে তুমি এবারে চিত্রটা দিয়ে শুরু করো। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ করো করো করো। না না দুটো 15 হয়ে গেছে।
बहुत अच्छा वो मिला अगर मशीन
মনে হয়ে গেছে অবশ্যই মন দেখি
क्या मालूम मैंने अटैक
Good afternoon, all. I heartily welcome. Sir has joined us. Sir, Professor Shaktipada Patru, sir, has joined us in this session, and Sir will be the chairman for this session, as well as eminent resource person for our seminar. Sir is a distinguished educationist, and Sir has served the nation as an eminent scholar. Sir has been with a former associate professor of English, and has been adorned with many awards like the Hornby Scholarship Award by British Council, and there is Krishnamurti Prize from CIEFL Hyderabad. So sir will be joining us, and we are very eager to have sir with us on board. So I will ask sir to join us and share his valuable comments and valuable thoughts with us. So sir, can you hear me, sir? Okay, sir. Sir, then please take on the mic, and I'm giving the mic to sir, and sir will share his thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really thankful to the authority of Balurghat B.Ed College for giving me this opportunity of sharing my views and participate in the national webinar. I mean, it's a really golden opportunity to talk to people, so many dignitaries, educators, teachers, student teachers, and people who are tirelessly go on putting their heads together for the progress of education in the country. Today's topic is a significant one in the context of this present century. This is higher education for women with reference to the problems and challenges, problems to be solved and challenges to be met. The question that crops up is, why are women singled out
for discussion in the dissemination of higher education in India, especially? The answer is implicit in the tag. I mean, the next part of the topic, that is the problems and challenges in the 21st century, the second part of the title, the topic of the seminar. We find pervasive inequality among men and women in every level of social, political, economic, and educational sphere. This topic suggests, obviously, women's higher education in the country is beset with problems and challenges, particularly in this country. India is a democratic country, but unfortunately, it has a terrible record in social asymmetry and long-standing societal inequality, especially inequality between men and women. Undoubtedly, inequality is topical, not just to this time and country, but across time and space. I mean, throughout the world. We find pervasive inequality, as I told you already. Why is it so? Is it? I mean, why? I already told you, why are women similar? Because of this inequality in the sense of the distinction between men and women. It's because of patriarchy, masculine domination. Not only in the domestic sphere, but also in the public sphere of business, law, education, and even religion. Everybody knows Simone de Beauvoir. Simone de Beauvoir, a French writer. Let us remind you of her remark. She says, one is not born a woman, but becomes one. Not born a woman, but becomes one. In most societies, biological differences are translated into gender stereotypes, fixed ideas. Is there any difficulty in sound system? Sound. Do you hear me? There is some difficulty in the sound system. Okay. I refer to male domination. It must be remembered that it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango. Aghate tali baje. Women also have been socialized in such a manner that they love being dominated. They love being dominated. Sometimes even women in high positions fall victims to such stereotypes. In a country like Britain, so it was in the second half of the 19th century, Queen Victoria, that great empress, wrote to Sir Theodore Martin, complaining about mad, wicked folly of women's rights. It's folly. It's something mad, she said. Women's rights, something mad. It's appalling. Of course, such hostility to women's rights has substantially weakened today. But even today, in so many countries, the traditional way of thinking upholds the man as the breadwinner and women as the bread maker. The Constitution of India guarantees to women equality in all spheres, besides making special provisions for them. Still, even today, there is a big gap between her de jure, that is according to law, and de facto, that is actually what it exists in fact. The distinction between de jure, which is legal, and de facto, which is fact. These two statuses, a great gap between the two. Law demands something, but they are denied that actually in life. We glorify women as goddess, Ma Durga, but deny them equal rights. The belief in their spiritual superiority was part and parcel of her economic and political inferiority. When you look upon them and glorify them, endowing them with spiritual superiority, they are denied that sort of status in society. It suggests their economic and political inferiority. They are not equal partners in decision making. They are submerged in the culture of silence, as Freire, the Brazilian, said, culture of silence. They should reflect on their situation and acquire critical consciousness. That is what is required today. They should emerge as conscious makers of their own culture. Instead of keeping silent, they should emerge as conscious makers of their own culture. We should know that we have come a long way from the times when they were told that their only calling, their only vocation in the world is taking care of domestic duties, and they were the, they have the objectives of career, particular career, that is marriage, being born as a female offspring. It's not only in India. Throughout the world in the 19th century, you find, if you read Jane Austen's novels, their only vocation is somehow finding a partner, a husband. Now they have proved their mettle in all spheres. Now women proved their mettle in all spheres of life. A day has come when, as Amartya Sen, that Nobel laureate, says, agency is more important than well-being. Agency is more important than well-being. What is agency? What does it mean? Agency is more important than well-being? Well-being means better treatment for women. Help them, assist them. This is well-being. But the objectives have gradually broadened towards emphasizing the active role of women as agents, as doers, in doing things, assessing their priorities. They would decide the priorities for themselves, formulating policies and carrying out programs. themselves. Women should no longer remain passive recipients of help and assistance. They will become active promoters, facilitators of the social transformation. They should develop ability for critical thinking. This will lead to their self-esteem and their self-confidence. Herein comes the necessity of higher education for women in this country, especially in this century. Why? In this century of unpredictable social and technological changes. This age, this century of knowledge explosion, supported by tools of information and communication technologies. For centuries, home and market were two distinct spheres, home and market. Home for women and market for men. Cerebral, intellectual work were meant for men. They were male-dominated. We cannot say the same in today's scenario. The scenario has changed. Now we have more and more women in top-level intellectual jobs, having achieved many peaks like teaching, counseling, medicine, performing arts, etc. The modern women are on their way up to scale more and more peaks in the field of banking, finance, politics. Unfortunately, universal higher education is still a dream for so many women in the world, especially in our country. Because in so many states in our country, elite higher education system prevails. Elite higher education for the rich, the affluent. We require access for all, that is, availability of number of institutions across regions and equal opportunity for all sections of society to participate in higher education. The top higher education should include provision for women's vocational, professional, professional technical education and emergent technologies. Education, more discipline, diversity should be introduced. Gender barrier, role stereotypes should be removed. This will lead to women's empowerment. Everybody speaks of women empowerment, but it's a dream for so many. We can ignore the preparation of women as human capital. We always speak of human resources, neglecting women. Who can be our human capital? We sometimes say, oh, my dear, you are now in your element. When you tell somebody, yeah, you are in your element. What does it mean? It means you are in your element. That is, you do what you like to do, you love to do, and what you are good at. That's called element. one's element is essential to one's well-being. A person will have to find one's element inherent in that very field. And that is the secret of ultimate success. The element has two features, aptitude and passion. But it has two conditions, attitude and opportunity. Attitude is something natural, instinctive. But without the right opportunities, nobody can find out our attitudes. Opportunities, I mean, a lot depends on opportunities. That is where academic policy designing for higher education should include the enrollment of more women. Some steps have already been taken. For example, financial assistance is provided to women to invite participation in science and technology. The funding of courses on science is made mandatory in women's colleges. Career guidance, counseling courses have been introduced in women's colleges to respond to social and market demands. Career fairs, exhibitions, seminars, these are all regularly organized to disseminate information, I mean, to the women of remote villages. But once again, let me remind you that traditional mindset is even today, and that mindset should be changed. We should see to it that women are able to participate in important decision making instead of wanting to be backed up by anyone. They always help. They always want some sort of assistance. For example, some lady has been elected as a panchayat, councillor. You will see, she does nothing. She expects her husband to do everything. If you just look around, you will find. They require this kind of empowerment to do something on their own. Higher education can work wonders in this. The notion about women being less competent in cerebral jobs, in intellectual jobs than men. This notion arose primarily when to inadequate exposure given to women in comparison with men. My dear, when you compare, comparison is possible on the same platform. You cannot compare a student of South Point School with a school in the remote village Bhutni Diara in Malda. At the very beginning of one's career. On the same platform, this sort of comparison is possible. Consider the case of science education. The history of scientific ideas reads like the history of male scientists. Even though women have participated in science since antiquity, ancient days, they participated in science successfully. They have contributed a lot to the progress of science. I read a particular book, Hypatia's Heritage. Hypatia's Heritage. Margaret Alick, the name of the writer. The name of the book is Hypatia's Heritage. This book provides historical glimpse of the accomplishments of women scientists through the 19th century. To help eliminate this disparity in the participation of women in science, if you want to eliminate this disparity in the participation of women in science, we should develop intervention programs. What does it mean, intervention programs? For example, students, they read in schools. There should be certain programs not included in the actual curriculum of the school. I mean, examination-oriented curriculum. And these programs should focus on raising teachers' awareness of girls' underachievement. Girls' underachievement in so many subjects like science. And helping them realize that they can do something about it. The teachers will realize, yes, we have something to do about it. Why should they lag behind? The programs will make them aware of this. Besides, arrangements can be made for the series of visits to schools by women working in scientific and technological jobs. You find so many women today working in scientific jobs, technological jobs. Why don't we make arrangements for their visits to the school that could act as, those people, those women, workers, will act as role models for the students. They will find, yes, they are successful, but shouldn't we? Moreover, in this neo-modern work, we may call this neo-modern, intellectual jobs are gender neutral. They don't depend on this sort of stereotypes that men for intellectual jobs, women for domestic ones. In this neo-modern world, intellectual jobs are gender neutral. But when and why? Provided if all are given the same amount of knowledge, the same amount of exposure, and the same platform, then you can expect a sort of comparison. Just name any sector. You will see women heading important intellectual positions in almost everything today. I sometimes go as resource person from Oxford University Press, and there, people talking to me are all women, my dear. So smart, dealing with every problem so successfully. I sometimes look at them in wonder. I just talk about this, giving the same platform, same sort of exposure. My dear, just the other day, I was talking to some doctors in a conference. I told them, oh, good doctors you are, you have so many skills you developed through experience, but still you do not know that there is something more to be. How will you be able to learn this? In two ways: exposure to new people and exposure to new ideas. Women, if they are exposed to new people and new ideas, you will never remain inferior to men, my dear. And higher education can do it. That's why perhaps this Balurghat B.Ed college and Nobu Babu, that great fellow, made arrangements for this seminar. Just look at anything. It may be architecture, it may be law, it may be finance. Everywhere everywhere they are successful, provided they have this sort of opportunity of enrolling themselves for higher education. So let us break down the walls. Break down the walls, band bhinge dao, band. And defy those stereotypes. Men for market, women for home. Thank you very much. I have been given half an hour.
Thank you, Shuktipada sir, for such an enriching and informative session. Your discourse actively promotes women education at large. According to sir, many countries still think that men are the breadwinners and women are the bed makers. But hello, am I audible?
Yes, I can listen to you. I hear it.
Okay, sir. But de facto, women are denied basic rights today even. Women are addressed as goddesses in Indian society, thus endowing them with spiritual superiority. But now, contrary to traditional novels, women have proved their mettle in every sector of life and society.
Right.
And according to Sir, self-esteem and self-confidence in women have been invoked and supported by positive knowledge expansion and intellectual superiority.
Right.
Gender barriers and role stereotypes should be reduced and eventually annihilated. The pseudo notion of women being less confident in male-dominated job is only due to baseless comparisons. Women have broken stereotypes, typical acts as role models in masculine-oriented jobs such as science and technology, Navy, and everywhere. And neo-modern world, in the neo-modern world, intellectual jobs are gender-neutral, provided that everyone are provided with the same opportunity and platform and the exposure. And the cry of Baat Bhingadao sir has invoked a new world to break the walls and let the woman carry on the legacy of intellectual superiority, what they always have been denied of. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable.
One thing, let me tell you, my dear.
Yes,
the
sir.
fellow who summed it up. Let me tell you, you are really someone very efficient in this job. You summed up nicely.
Thank you,
it nicely. Thank you very much.
Sir, my name is Subhadev, sir, and I'm working as a faculty in English here in Balurghat B.Ed College under Navakumar Das, sir.
What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Subhadev Das, sir.
You belong to the faculty of Balurghat College?
Yes, sir. I'm in the B.Ed department, sir.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was a great pleasure hearing you, sir. I really look forward to meet you someday, sir. It will be my pleasure, sir.
Carry on.
Thank you, sir. And now I would request Professor Prashant Kumar Acharya, all the way from Arunachal Pradesh, to share his thoughts. And he has been in the Department of Education in Rajiv Gandhi University, a central university, as a fact. And sir has been very polite and very, we are very eager to hear sir speak. So without wasting much time, I'm forwarding this mic to sir, Professor Prashant Kumar Acharya, for his valuable speech.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for inviting me. Sir, am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir, you are very clearly audible, sir, and we can see you as well. Thank you, sir. Very, very warm afternoon, sir. You can please carry on.
So first of all, before going to the session, I think I would acknowledge, and also at the same time I would acknowledge, because yesterday I think Subdeep sir made a phone call to me, but I couldn't pick up because of some urgency. So sorry, sir.
No, it's all right, sir. Please.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
So, a very good afternoon to all of you. Most esteemed Principal of Balurghat B.Ed College, Dr. Pankaj Kundu, and respected President of the college, Mr. Navkumar Das, then respected Professor Saktipada Patra, the former Principal, Government Teacher, Training College, Balurghat, speakers and the members of the organizing committee of the webinar, and also the organizing secretary and coordinator of the program, all the faculty members of the B.Ed college and other dignitaries, our the students and participants attending the one day, this two-day national webinar on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in 21st century. In every Newton corner of the country. At the very outset of my lecture, it gives me an immense pleasure that the Balurghat B.Ed College Malda is organizing a two-day national webinar, very contextual and confirmed discourse that is higher education for women in India. The problems and challenges in 21st century. Under the able and dynamic leadership of the principal and also the faculty member and the president of the college. And for this, and first of all, I owe my heartfelt gratitude to the president and also the principal and the entire organizing team for inviting me to be the part of your program for some time. And dear friends, that we know that the long cherished and the most awaited dream of our national education policy that has become also reality. And you know that it has got its cabinet approval on 29th July 2020 by the Government of India for further course of action. And after declaration of the policy documents, over the last 6 months, many national webinars and many academic debates are going on by the policy takers and the stakeholders. The very practical understanding and implementations of the policy. And there are many interventions, many segments that have been covered up in the policy, particularly the draft of the policy. And almost all the state educational machineries right now, they have set task force committees to work out the plan of action and also the implementation strategies accordingly. And I think it is known to everyone. But you also know that after independence, that the nation has witnessed many national policies, that the National Education Policy 1968, the National Policy on Education 1986, and also the revised version Program of Action 1990. But keeping in view of the new normative standpoints, even also the demands of the 21st century society, the 21st century projects, the new milieu of the millennium, our education must look forward for incorporation of the changes taking place and addressing some of the issues in education to the intended beneficiaries in letter and spirit to bring very viable economic and social order in the country for meeting or for realizing the constitutional goals and the philosophy of the nation. And no doubt that our nation has got another education policy, that the NEP 2020 in the gap of 34 years after prolonged academic debates, discourse and discussions, and ultimately we are going to address its features in letter and spirit. But in that policy documentals, among different segments, so far gross enrollment ratio is concerned, so far the gender disparity in education is concerned, it has been also focused. And when we see that even also the contemporary world On the other hand, it's swinging in an era of liberalization, privatization, and globalization of the so-called LPG industries. And you know that the whole gamut of education is no more exception. And at present, education has no boundary to define and defend its horizon. It has pervaded its tentacles in every sphere of human life, and not even confined to a particular nation or society. And this education, this is also an important investment in building human capital that drives for economic growth and technological innovation. But it doesn't mean that when we are looking forward the globalization and we are looking forward the quality education, we are looking forward the increase of the gross enrollment ratio in higher education sector, it doesn't mean that we'll ignore the education or even also the parity of education in comparison to the education of the male figure. And even also, you know that as a service industry, education, when you talk of that, it's a part of globalization process under the umbrella of that the General Agreement on Trade in Services GATS. And this globalization has tremendous impact on the entire education system, especially on higher education in the developing country. And the higher education system of India, it is one of the highest education system in the world. And especially this higher education system of India cannot remain aloof, and as it is an indispensable part of the global economy. And for this, that's why, dear participants, you know that many foreign countries are eyeing Indian students as potential customers. And no doubt there will be internationalization of higher education in India, and we will invite the international universities, and we can also set up our education on the foreign land. So far, the policy says something about it. And in this age of borderless education, we must open to our international ideas, changes, influences. But at the same time, we must acknowledge both our India's obligations to offer others hospitality, our best culture, and particularly our India's right to accept from others. And it is all right, but on the other hand, you just look into the gross enrollment ratio and even also the status of women education in India, especially in the higher education sector. Okay. And there is when there is question of inequality, so there is no equality and there is no justice found when we notice the education of women in higher education. And right from even from the commencement of our Indian constitutions, all the different policies, different programs, different policies have been set up that how to augment the ratio in terms of education of the women. But till today, I think we have not achieved this so far. And you know that the women in India, they have, I remember that they have made considerable progress after independence. But still they are struggling against many social evils in a male-dominated society. Many evil forces that still prevail in Indian society, which hinder the progress of women, force them to struggle. And once Swami Vivekananda said that there is no chance for the welfare of the world unless the condition of a man is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly on only one wing. So therefore, dear participants and friends, in order to achieve the status of a developed country, India needs to transfer its colossal unmanned force into an effective human resources, and that is only possible through the education of women. The education of the women. And when you look at the glance of the access, equity, and the quality of education or the Indian higher education, obviously there are some questions which are haunted in our mind, because the new education policy also somewhat tells about the holistic education, education of access, equity, quality, affordability. So how it is possible for the women in higher education sector? It is also a matter of great concern. So that's a, before I'm going in detail about the education of the women in higher education sector. So let us have an insight about the present status of access and equity in higher education first. Because I'll take means few time because I have also another meeting at 3 o'clock. So we know that the India has a quite large system of higher education, as I have already told you. In as much we have today that 935 universities that is recorded up to the 1st June of 2020, including deemed to be universities and the private universities. But under the able leadership of our present Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, since 2014, there are 282 number of new universities have been opened with an increase of 29.84%. And likewise at present, India's total number of 12,429 colleges which are coming under 2A and 12B scheme, and while 737 colleges have been given autonomous status as on December 19, 2019. The new education policy, all the colleges they will be coming under the cluster colleges, and they will be converted into the autonomous colleges, and all colleges they will be de-affiliated laterally within the 15 years of time. So if it is so, and when we analyze this data, and this data shows that the determination of this higher education is only to address the issues of gross enrollment ratio. Because when you compare our gross enrollment ratio with the alien countries, with the foreign countries, we feel sometimes like this. And the total enrollment in higher education, as you know, that has been estimated to be 37.4 million, with 19.2 million male and 18.2 million female. And the female constitute 38.6% of the total enrollment. And currently, you know that the gross enrollment ratio, the GER in higher education in India, it is 26.3, and which is calculated for the age group of the children 18 to 23 years of age. And the gross enrollment, when you see the gross enrollment in terms of gender ratio, the gross enrollment for the male population is 26.3, and for female population is 25.4. It means, and even also when you see the gross enrollment of the scheduled caste, even also 23%, and for the scheduled tribe it is only 17.2% as compared to the national gross enrollment ratio, that is 26.3%. And over the last 6 years, you see the nation has also witnessed the increase of gross enrollment ratio more than 5%. No. Thus, though higher education in India has expanded generally, inadequate access continues to cause concerns. And this issue, that the analysis of the population, and even as particularly this issue in regard to medical examinations or other parts, means the inadequate access, that continues to the major part of concern. And it needs critical examination, no doubt. When we also look at a glance of the comparative analysis of the total population, whether it is of the universities or the enrollment ratio, the number of universities and accessibility, or the proportions of the populations in the relevant age group of 18 to 24 years. Also, in comparison to other countries of the world. And besides other factors, The shortage of the talent pool are also related with accessibility to higher education to its population. Many of our young talents, they are also going abroad to have education in most of the branded international universities. To some extent, it is also responsible for that. And that's taking into the reasons of the above fact. So for access, equity, or you can say the quality in higher education expansion, the present OER, I think, is most appropriate and suitable that what the Balurghat B.Ed College has organized for the 2 days. And contextualizing this present webinar, I can reverently state that it is nothing.
ऐसा चलो एक्शन है यूट्यूब पर है
It is inequality. So that's why I can relentlessly
Sir, हाँ line चलेगी सर
gender the most
हाँ line चलेगी
form
सर
of inequality
सर
as it operates
लाइट जो लाइट
across
चलेगी सर
all classes, castes, and
क्यों
communities.
क्यों
And as we understand, it is socio-cultural phenomenon and it consists of a set of behaviors and behaviors and expectations, basically a social construct. And that social construct impacts our attitude, impacts our roles, that also impacts our responsibilities, that also impacts the patterns of behavior of the boys and the girls, and also women in all societies. And you see, till the date, education of women or this gender inequality in education is one of the ignoring sectors. So when you critically look into the prevalent scenario of education of the women in the higher education, it is a matter of great concern. And you know that although the Constitution of India recognizes each citizen as equal and guarantees the right to equality, just now Professor Saktika Patra was stating that how the equality that is embedded and it guarantees the right that is one of the fundamental rights and the rights to equality before the law. The prohibition of discrimination on the grounds of religion, race, gender, but after 72 years of India's independence, we have not long cherished in realizing this. So people do not see where there is equality in education. Either it is a kind of our means mind setup or our inertia, social inertia, or any other. So when we analyze the trend reports, according to the census report of 2011, overall rate of literacy that is 74.04%. And looking at the national average, it reveals that the rate of literacy for men is 82.14% and for women is 65.1%. So what does it indicate? It indicates that nearly 1/5 of the males are illiterate compared than more than 1/3 of the females. And likewise, though women constitute 48% of the total population in India, and the women literacy rate in urban area is also 79.11% as against 88.76% of males. And the figure even also are even lower in the rural situations. That's 7.93% as against 77.15% of the male figures. So behavioral analysis in the education and during the academic year 2018 when you see the total enrollment in higher education, according to All India Survey on Higher Education, 3.74 crore with 1.90 male and 1.84 women. So since 2011 and 2012, the enrollment has increased, no doubt, by 82.2 lakh at 3.6% compound annual growth rate. 34 lakh men at 3.5 compound annual growth rate, and 51.8 lakh women at an incredible, that is 4.9% compound annual growth rate. Increasing, women enrollment is rising faster. The gross enrollment of men population, no doubt it is 26.3, and the female is 25.4. So it is, but the GR has increased in a but in comparison to men, it always remain less across all years. So why is it so? Whether the data which are given in all the sides of the report may not be wrong also. I can't say that it is the exact data, it may be kind of skewed. But when you look into the reality, equality, higher education, there are many dominant factors of gender inequality in the environment of higher education. Many at different levels of higher education, and participation also in the teaching post of the higher education institutions. That might be that is embedded in the culture influenced by the marriage and family patterns. Because we have set that kind of attitude in our community, even in our family. Once the girl child is grown up, we think about the marriage. We do not want to spend money. And apart from this also, you see, there are also differences in the educational investment and the education of the girl child. We always look forward the education of the boy child. So when we invest for the marriage of the girl, for the security of the girl, not for the education of the girl. So this is the kind of and the negative the negative attitudes, even also the educated parents, those who are highly educated, they have the negative attitudes. Even also those who are the downtrodden parents, the poor family, those who do not have the sound economic background, they have the negative attitude towards the education of the girl, education of the woman. Like the saving for dowry, which will limit the amount of fund getting the education of the girl child. Yes, right now the government is funding money, assisting, and giving many kinds of financial assistance, and even also the grants for the girl child, many kinds of scholarships are also promoted institutions and the Ministry of Education. I agree with that. But what is the ratio? What is the person? This is the question. That will not suffice the main problem in increasing the gross enrollment ratio. Higher education in India. It is a major challenge, I think it is a major issue. And even there are many societal, many cultural, many environmental reasons. And because of this, not saying the to the institution, any college is situated from the home, and the distance to the college is more than 30, 40, 50 kilometers. We always times that whether I will send my child, whether I will send my girl child. Why? It is only because of the lack of it is not because of the early marriage. The fear of deprivation is the structure. So these are the fundamental that blocks the women participation in higher education. But how to address, if these are the issues, how to address those issues, how to address the challenges. These are the challenges before us. Those challenges, definitely, we need to have the kind of strategies. There but it will take time. We want to resolve this. First of all, we need to have the gender mainstream. And this gender mainstream that would involve ensuring gender perspectives and also the goal of gender equality. All activities where gender mainstreaming will take place, then only there will be parity and there will be equality in the education of men and women. There may be mainstreaming in the education policy, in the curriculum making bodies, even also in advocacy, or even also in the research and funding, special funding for the research for women, and implementation, and so on and so forth. And besides this, another important factor, almost all of us, we ignore about the self-esteem, self-confidence, and the self-esteem of the women people. When they feel more self-confident, self-reliant, self-affluent, and that is no doubt, the self-esteem is a fundamental trait contributes to the psychological well-being of any individual, and why not it with the woman? It will also enhance, that will add the performance level of the women in the working sectors when they have good and positive self-esteem. When the society is so that's why defense that there are many challenges, many issues, whether the issues are in consonance with the increase of the gross enrollment ratio or the quality education for women or any other thing. But in a nutshell, we can say that the role of women in shaping the society has been well recognized at national and international. And it is completely we have to see the right, that is right of equality before law. And the accessibility of women in higher education, it is not sufficient alone to curb the problems that is clogging India's higher education sector. Therefore, what is utmost important is the attainment of gender-based equity and parity coupled with increased access. We may design many kind of policy paradigms. We can design many kind of plans, programs, and implement those plans and programs for the women or the education of the women at higher education level. But unless and until a progressive change in the social attitude can take place, it is not possible. That's why we need to find a progressive change in social attitude which can also bring about favorable change. And we also need to promote the parental awareness, to promote the girls' access to research, increasing the resources of higher education. These are the major strategies, what I think so. And these are most often the suggested strategies for overcoming those challenges. And we should teach our daughters our sons and putting out perfect out equality. I don't want to take much time. I think I have already taken 5 minutes now. And at the end, when we say to realize the vision or the mission of this webinar, and even also the women participation in higher education, the foremost action that is required to undertake infrastructural development and priority basis, increasing the number of institutions, priority basis, and without setting up the new institution, neither the desired gross enrollment ratio of 50% as per the new education policy, nor the optimal quality assurance will realize to the basic standards. Hence, the allocation of enhanced proportion, when we are allocating in the budget, when we are allocating money, the funds in the budget, the allocation of the enhanced proportion, the budget of the expenditure, educational expenditure, that should be more. To implement even also the new education policy or anything else for the education of the women or higher education. And we can transform the education in a top priority. Otherwise, all policy parameters, all kinds of designs, the plannings, the programs, implementations will actually go together. That will be a policy paralysis, and we cannot think of access, equity, quality, affordability unless we change our attitude for the education of women in higher education. And with this, and I hope that this 2-day webinar definitely will bring positive outcomes for the education of the women in higher education. And with this, I want to conclude my short lecture. Although I have not prepared a very brief lecture because the time was also given 30 minutes. I think I am beyond the time schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was our immense pleasure to hear from you. Sir, we will be very happy and very obliged if you could visit us in person sometime at Balurghat and visit our college. We will be very much obliged, sir. And
I think I have visited, sir. I have visited your college probably in 2011, and your college was also inviting me once.
Okay, sir. We have been.
So thank you, sir. I think it is the second time. Thank you so much.
You please. Okay, sir. And sir has suggested that the.
Hello, myself, Professor P.K. Mishra speaking from YS Palpara Mahavidyalaya. Congratulations, Acharya, for your energetic presentation. Really, it was outstanding, out and out. Okay. Although I am in busy schedule managing the official work, but I was listening all along with my all the other works. Thank you, Professor Acharya. Thank you, the organizing team of Balurghat B.Ed College, of inviting you.
Thank you, sir, for being with us. With without your support, it could not have been possible, sir. Mishra, sir, you have been a constant support to us, and like you have been supporting like a pillar. Without you, things would not be the same like it has been.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Acharya sir has suggested that the state heads should approach and practice gender equality in education as well as in the higher education sector. Quality of education and internationalization of education is influenced by the Western culture now, and but we must endear our own traditions and Indian values to break that gender inequality which is hovering around for a long time now. And to achieve that success in such a male-dominated society, we have to empower women, and by empowering women, we mean providing them with quality, holistic, and affordable higher education. Sir has also praised the government's efforts to open up many universities and higher education institutions to implement and achieve a full house of women enrollment. The statistics provided by Sir has shown the enrollment ratio has grown annually with an incredible surge, and women working, in sectors should be provided with integrity and esteem, so that they don't lose the self-esteem that they have, or the confidence. They should not lack the confidence. And at last, sir has also pointed out that the budget allocation should be the priority of the union government as well as the state government in education today, and it should be taken care of. And so they should be given much priority for the women education in India. Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful speech. We are very, very, uh, you know, and sir, please stay with us if you can. And I will pass the mic to Dr. Harsha Merchant, the principal of Ashabai College of Education in Mumbai. And ma'am will help us to understand more about women education, as ma'am herself is, she has been teaching and, leading her way in the women education in all the way from Mumbai. So, ma'am, could you please join us?
I have already joined. I have already joined.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, this is Subhadeep here, and I would like you to, start your and about your presentation. We have your presentation, and as you like, when you say, we will present it to the screen. Okay, ma'am. Over to you then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you open that video?
That video, yes, ma'am. We're trying to do that. Give me a
If possible,
give us a minute.
otherwise.
Give us a minute, ma'am, please. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
That minute I will utilize in respected all the all the dignitaries. Congratulations for having this webinar, and it is nice that you people have extended the family of teaching faculty all over in I say India. So hats off to you, to your whole team for these efforts. Congratulations. No, I'm talking about video. PPT next. PPT अभी नहीं वीडियो बता दो नहीं खुल रहा है तो मैं हाँ. No, this one is PPT. I'm talking about video.
Okay, ma'am. We're trying to do that. We're trying.
Hello.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I will start with this so that time will not be wasted. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Then we'll start with the PPT itself.
Yes.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all. All my.
Very good afternoon.
Yeah. Should I start?
Please.
I'm audible, no?
Yes, ma'am. You are very much audible, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm basically from SNCT Women's University, and it is the Women's University started by Bharat Ratna Maharshi College. So our university song says, Sanskrita Stri Parashakti, meaning an enlightened woman is the source of infinite strength. And that is our topic, higher education for women in India. Yes, there are problems and challenges, yes, in every century. But yet, we can come out of it and we can say, yes, education is the only tool which can take us further at the limit is sky. We can achieve it provided we. Screen बढ़ानी. Okay. Now, here it says, men of quality respect women's equality. I love this sentence. See, look at this. Men of quality, those men, let it be our father, brother, son, husband. If they are of quality, they respect women's equality. They will not be against. We are here not against men, but against patriarchy. So, constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment. It has to be cultivated. We must realize that our people have yet to learn it, and our people include women and men, leaders and citizens, illiterate lawyers and judges alike. Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. This I will end with why I have taken this as a first slide. Yes, we say Education is the milestone of women empowerment with all-round personality, that is to say person, that is physique, emotions, rationality, spirituality, operational skills and negotiation skills. Higher educations enable them to respond to the challenges, to confront their traditional role and change their life. Nation's progress is impossible without trained and educated mothers. Napoleon said that. Isn't it true? Yes, we have to be educated. And here are some data which has been taken that yes, what were the literacy rate in 1951 and what is today? There is a gap. Yes, we have the gap, but yes, we have come from 8.86 to 65.46. Hats off, but like Kerala, we want to go yet further at nearly 100%. Let us take pledge. Yesterday was Republic Day. Let us take pledge. Okay, yes, we have this kind of thing. We are responsible. We have to take accountability and we will make this thing happen. Let us go further. Next slide, please. Gender-wise enrollment ratio per person. And this also says that this has also gone up, but yet it requires further efforts. Next slide, please. Because this has been discussed, we will go through so that discussion part will be larger. Level-wise, students enrollment, regular and distance education. In higher education, we can say, yes, female part has been. Yes, of course they have increased, but 0.54 is the percent to total. We want something much more. Next slide, please. Level by students enrollment. And this also, it should go because here certificate and integrated, they say only 0.01 and above it is 2.12. We have to go ahead. Next slide, please. Yes, post-wise. Here, I would like to say, these post-wise professors and equivalent, readers and associates, here I will say why the ratio of women is too less. Because sometimes due to economical condition, sometimes due to family pressure, they don't go for the promotion. And they say, no, 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 I'm very much comfortable where I am. I say, why? I would like to quote here two examples. Dr. Madhuri Shah. I think you people might have heard her name because she was first lady UGC chairperson. How she has become UGC chairperson? She was simple primary teacher in Gujarati medium school in Mumbai. Then her effort, her hard work has taken to the graduate level, secondary school level, and then she came the vice chancellor of SNDT Women's University. And from there, she has taken lead towards the UGC chairmanship. Isn't it great? Here, if she can, we can also. But for that, we have to be focused. We should never, we have to invest our time. We should engage ourselves. And how to engage? We will never do any kind of gossips. Leave it. No gossips. And if we will engage ourselves and focus, I think sky is the limit. We can reach it. So this post, suppose if it is there, we can adjust what is wrong in that. And lockdown period has taught us how to be adjustable to each and every aspect of our life. We are adjusting now at family level. We are looking at taking care of family members also, and at workplace also we are doing very well. So I think these are also the opportunity when it comes. We have to. But here I would also like to quote one problem, but that one problem is not only problem. There are many such problems, but I want to quote one. There was Dr. Nalini Pandit, a fine economics teacher. Now, when principal of that college retired, her turn was there as a principal. But what management told in interview? How can we trust a woman being a woman? अरे ये कोई बात हुई क्या? Why can't she? She left and she went to other college and became the principal, and that college has been running like anything. So if you will say okay, it will do. No, it's your right. When you have all kind of qualification, when you have all kind of experience, you can reach the height. And today, it's not simply art, science, commerce. Today, army, navy, aviation, space technology, everywhere women is there. And they are doing very good job. I have the list of Biden's this one family, how many Asian women are there in his and this when the SNDT Women's University started, it was only having teaching, nursing, and home science. Today, you tell them, and there are number of diplomas, number of degrees in all kinds of subjects. And new education policy also tells that now not only variety of the subject, but dual program is also there. That is to say, you can have any combination. Suppose if you are loving maths but with music, maths and drawing, you can have it, no problem. So new education policy has really given a very nice opportunities for all of us to join the education programs and this one IGNOU in our state it is Yashwantrao Chavan Open University. You can join. There are so many study materials at your doorstep and you can come out with flying colors. So women, higher education is necessary. Today up to graduation is of not of that much value, but higher education will give you that skill and that skill. Otherwise, I'm not telling to everyone, but for that we have to focus because sometimes when we take the interview of MCOM students and if we say interpret this, balance it, they are not able to. Why? So that higher education should empower them in skill management. They should have that kind of skill where they can go up like anything. And women, I think they are very hardworking and they can come up like anything. Student, those who are listening, if you have any questions for that, you can ask her, no problem. Should I go ahead or anyone would like to discuss anything?
Ma'am,
Next,
you can go ahead. Actually,
next,
they are all.
next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide.
They're all, okay, ma'am.
Here again, female per 100 males, we have seen just now. How many professors and equivalent? Only 37. We want that number to increase. Instead of 37, let it be 73 or 75 and then go ahead. Okay, next slide, please. Yes. Here you see, when we are called women's right is equal to human rights. Now, here look at the difference. Before that slides have shown the inequality. And why that here? The inequality is 37 ladies a professor and their remaining are male. Inequality is there. But when it is called equality, but equality is enough, then there should be equity. But do you think that equity is enough? Here more resources at boys' side and here less resources. Then how can you say it is equity? So there should be justice to both the sides and that we can say okay, these are the proper way of justice to women empowerment. I'm thankful to Professor Vibhuti Patel also to share this slide with me. Okay, next slide. Yes. Now blocks. There are so many blocks to women in higher education. That is to say, socialization within the family, students' family backgrounds to the academic success of children, community and family attitude towards the education of the girls. हम बोलते हैं ना पढ़ के क्या करना है चूल्हा चौका ही करना है नो नो वी विल डू दैट चूल्हा चौका also and we will use PC laptop and you say what not and in space technology also we can have that rocket science also differential investment in child's education results from parents' reliance upon a son's support. This is a myth. Now, girls' daughters are also supporting their parents like anything. Negative attitudes towards the education of girls, that is to say, saving for dowry, which may limit the amount of funds spent of parents to spend on daughters' education. This should also remove because education itself is an investment. Why you need dowry? No. So we have to think about that and then girls will go. So I think girls will be better equipped with mobile, laptop, PC. That will be much more efficient. आप सोना चांदी दोगे, someone can take it away. But if you will give education, no one will take it away anything from her and she will scale the high. Next slide, please. Sir, how much time you are giving me?
Ma'am, you can continue up till 4 o'clock.
Okay, sir, thank you. Previous slide. Ha. Then negative cultural and social attitudes. Then different standards for boys something different and for girls something different. I will not go in detail because everyone of you knows. If somewhere you have some question, you can ask me. Economic reasons like lack of resources, distances from the home. It also blocks for women to go for education, especially in higher education. Lack of female teachers, facilities for the girls, lack of security both in and outside the institution, gender stereotyping in curriculum, gender unfriendly classroom environment, early marriage and childbearing, absence of women role models, fear of deterioration of social structure, absence of women role models, etc., are the common blocks for female participation in higher education. Next. Yes, just now we told quality. Now, quality in higher education is multi-dimensional, multi-level, and of a dynamic concept. Ensuring quality in higher education is amongst the foremost challenges being faced in India today. However, government is continuously focusing on the quality of education. Still, large number of colleges and universities in India are unable to meet this minimum requirement laid down by the UGC and our university and not in a position to mark its place among the top universities of the world. Next. Equity. There is no equity in GER among different sections of the society. According to previous studies, the GER in gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India among male and female varies to a great extent. There are regional variation too. Some states have high GER while some is quite behind the national GER, which reflect a significant imbalance within the higher education of system. Just now we saw inequality, equity, so justice should be there for them. Infrastructure, yes. This is also challenges. Poor infrastructure. Today, online education requires some different kind of infrastructure is another challenge. Particularly the institute run by the public sector suffer from poor physical facilities and infrastructure. There are large number of colleges which are functioning on second or third floor of the building, whereas in the ground and first there exists some kind of business making centers that should not be allowed. Next. Yes, we have to go some breakthroughs. Yes, that is to say gender mainstreaming, globally accepted strategy for promoting gender equality. Self-esteem, skill development cell to be established, for example, communication skill, ICT skill, etc. Motivational level, certificate, and add-on courses to be offered, life skills and yoga to be promoted. Research publication. Yes, build their capacity. Let them go for the research and research publication. Sometimes here I want to say, okay, sometimes they say, okay, you are there in the village panchayat or this one, you have been selected for that. But have you done any research? Do you know any budget? Do you know what are the developmental strategies? Suppose if we don't know, but here build their capacity, train them, and some kind of training program if we approach, definitely the girls will come out at not at par but ahead of them. Administrative and decision making process, research grants should be allotted, seminar, workshops, conferences should be there, like research-based avishkar, anveshan, like that it should be promoted, especially for the girls. And this kind of, just now, webinar is going on, it should be promoted. E-content development training program should be there. Library and internet facilities should be there for the girls so that suppose if they are not having any kind of facility at their home, they can come in the college and have this library and internet facilities. Capacity developing training, all government schemes to be popularized, industrial linkages to be established, NET, SLAT, PSC coaching, campus drive to be initiated, and that's how they will develop their capacity. And placement service and job fair should be enhanced. Next. Other opportunities, there are opportunities for strategic engagement and capacity building in higher education leadership and management at state level. There are opportunities for India to collaboration at national and international level on areas of systematic reform, including quality assurance, international credit recognition, and unified national qualification framework. Equality of educational opportunity in higher education is considered essential because higher education is a powerful tool for reducing or eliminating income and wealth disparities. The idea of equalizing educational opportunity also lies in the fact that the ability to profit by higher education is spread among all the classes of people. There are great reserves of untapped ability in the society. It offers a chance they can rise to the top. A great deal of talent to the highest level is in fact rose by an in inegalitarian system of education. Next, other opportunities, the need to enhance the employability of graduates is presenting entry points for collaboration in enterprise education and entrepreneurship, links with industry, research skills, and wide range of transferable skills, including English. The emerging interest in Indian higher education institution in the vocational skills market provides areas for potential engagement with international partners. There is a need to build stronger relationship and increase mutual understanding in higher education by increasing support and participation in the platforms. That is to say, conferences, workshops, seminars, which enable and debate and dialogue with other countries in the world. Next, suggestions. Improving the systems of higher education. There is a need to implement innovative and transformational approach from primary to higher education level to make Indian educational system globally more relevant and competitive. Higher educational institutions needs to improve quality and reputation. The example, good infrastructure of colleges and universities which may attract the students from outside. Next, Suggestions again, government must promote collaboration between Indian higher education institute and top international institute and also generate linkages between national research laboratories and research centers of top institutions for better quality and collaborative research. There is a need to focus on the graduate students by providing them such courses in which they can achieve excellence, gain deeper knowledge of subject so that they will get jobs after recruitment in the companies which would reduce unnecessary rush to the higher education. Universities and the colleges in both public and private must be away from the political affiliation. Favoritism, money-making process should be out of education system. There should be multidisciplinary approach in higher education so that students' knowledge may not be restricted only up to his own subject, but subject of their interest can also be considered. For example, maths with music, science with drawing or dancing, etc., etc. Next. NET PhD candidates are unemployed even there are lots of vacancies in higher education. These deserving candidates are then applying in other departments, which is the biggest blow to the higher education system. Accreditation. As per the data provided by NAAC, as June 2010, not even 25% of the total higher education institutes in the country were accredited. And among those accredited, only 30% of the universities and 45% of the colleges were found to be quality to be ranked at A level. Research and innovation. There are very nominal scholars in our country whose writing is cited by authors of outsiders. There is inadequate focus on research in higher education institutes. There are insufficient resources and facilities as well. Limited numbers of qualified faculty to guide students. Most of the research scholars are without fellowships or not getting their fellowships on time, which directly or indirectly affects their research. Indian higher education institutions are poorly connected to research centers. So, challenges are that the structure of higher education management of the Indian education faces some challenges are over centralization, bureaucratic structure, lack of accountability, lack of transparency, and lack of professionalism. As a result of increase in number of affiliated colleges and students, the burden of administrative functions of universities has significantly increased and the core focus on academic and research is diluted. Next. So India is a large country with an estimated population of young people aged between 18 to 23 years to be around 150 million. India is having more than 33,000 colleges and 659 universities. I think nowadays it is 800, which has been a quite remarkable growth during the last 6 decades. The year 2012 witnessed 21.4 million enrollment, which makes the India third largest education system in the world. Collaboration at national and international level on areas of systematic reforms, including quality assurance, international credit recognition, and unified nation qualification framework. Equality of educational opportunities in higher education is considered. Next. So, concessional provision for women in central government services in India are reservation policy, physically challenged women, night shift and flexi timings are there, should be there. Cluster approach, wherever they let them be in the group. Then safe environment for that hostel facility, toilet facility should be available. Safe transport should be there. Transfer that is sensitivity to family life should be there. And gender responsive participatory budgeting and gender audit and rights based approach should be there. Next. Yes, me too, Faith. Suppose if you are there and you have certain types of problems and facing some violence at workplace or harassment, then Me Too is not against any man but against patriarchy society. Next. Next. helpline for people in difficult circumstances. These are the helplines where, suppose if you are finding that you have certain problems and you cannot speak it out, there are so many in TISS, that is the Tata Institute of Social Science, I call, that is to say that number and that email is there. Women Helpline 1811090, National Commission for Women and WhatsApp helpline is also there. So these are the things where they are already ready for the women to help them out. Next, these are the women. They are their brigadier and army in the Joe Biden's the membership, and here they are heading towards this. So salute to them. They are not within overnight they have come. Because of their hard work, because of their higher education, they are at this position. If they are there, we can also be here with a higher position, provided we are focused, we are going hardworking towards higher education, higher and higher. Next is also same. Next slide is also same. Yes. And next, thank you again. So these men of quality respect women's equality. With this, thank you. But I want to sum up that self-learning, invest time, participation in decision-making process, be focused, and create and safe environment for women so that affirmative actions to be taken. Here, I would like to say building a positive self-image and self-confidence, developing ability to think critically, building up group cohesion and fostering decision-making action, ensuring equal action in order to bring about change in the society. Sometimes what happens in our groups in the olden times when female come for the wedding card, no one will congratulate them, and then after some time they will terminate their service. Why? It is her right to get married and to have children. For that, we attitudes should be changed for the society. Encouraging group action in order to bring about change in the society. That is to say, cluster approach. Providing economic independence, participation in crucial decision-making process, extent of sharing of domestic work by men. I think during COVID-19, everyone has done their bit part to help their wife and mother. Ability to prevent violence, domestic or workplace. So at community level, existence of women's organization, allocation of funds to women and women's project, Nirbhaya project. There are so many funds, but we are not utilizing them it properly. So it will also affect. Increase number of women leaders at village, district, provincial and national level. Involvement of women in design, development and application of technology, vocational, professional, with this technical support. Participation in community program, productive enterprises, politics and art. Increase training program for women and exercise her legal rights when necessary. Existence of women's network and publication. Gift your daughters very effective tool called books, education. So tools helpful to mobile, laptop, PCs. It cannot. In the last, I want to quote. It can. Education is the thing. It cannot be stolen by thieves, nor can't it be taken away by kings. It cannot be divided among brothers. It does not cause a load on your shoulders. It gives to others. It keeps on expanding forever. So, in the end, I should say stay safe, stay healthy, and stay blessed always. If nobody is there with you, get self motivated like Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore says, કે હાથને જો કોઈ તારી સાથે ના આવે તો મી એકલા ચાલો રે. Thank you. I think my video is there if you can run.
Okay, ma'am, we are trying to do that. I think.
And if time permits.
Okay, ma'am, we are trying to do that after your presentation was such an interactive and inspiring one, ma'am. it really opened up many avenues regarding education at large and at whole. And you are an example to the young girl students who are enrolling now or who have passed out, to look forward to you and see where the height you have reached with you have achieved with education and reverence as well. I'm asking my technical staff if they can put on the video that you have provided. I'm trying to do that. Just give me a minute, ma'am.
And think why this video is shown to you.
Okay, ma'am. I have asked him, and
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And ma'am has rightly stated that men of quality respect woman equality, and every leadership that the world has seen, from Mahatma Gandhi to Tagore to anyone who they were all respectful towards women, and education is a milestone for women empowerment. You have already stated that also. And post independence, we have from 18.33% to we have steadily jumped to 74.04% by 2011, and subsequently it is going higher. By now we should have reached more than 80% maybe, but still there are many things that are to be done. You have also referred to Dr. Madhuri Shah, the UGC chairperson, the first female UGC chairperson, who from a school teacher became the chairperson of UGC. And my ma'am, there are several roadblocks in the Indian society, from socialization of inside the family to apathy towards this girl child, from negative attitude towards their education, the differential investment that a person does, if he has a male child or a female one, and distance, in remote areas like Rajasthan and Gujarat and few other parts of the country, we have the schools are located in remote areas, not accessible to the, not safe and not accessible to the our girl child also. Lack of female teacher, the security, everything pay their hindrances and does not pave a very clear way towards the education.
See,
Yes, ma'am.
this air hostess is 35 for the girls, and for the boys, it is 58. Why it is so?
So what is so? That is very unfair, ma'am. Very unfair. And we know that Dr. Ambedkar in his constitution, when he has
School private type.
oh, achha. And Dr. Ambedkar, while forming the constitution, ma'am, your camera, the angle of your camera is facing your this one. Could you please?
Yes.
Ma'am. Now we can see you. We can actually. Our president of the college, sir, he's sitting just in front of me, and he was asking, "I cannot see, ma'am. So can you please ask her?"
But I never see anyone. I'm seeing only you. I don't see myself.
Everyone is sitting just in front of me, so I can see everyone. If okay.
No problem.
And and ma'am, you really remind me of Malala Yousafzai, and I just remembered her while listening to your speech, how she overcome all the hindrances, and he was shot in the head by the Taliban because she was willing to go to school, and still she was just 13 by the age by then, and still she was very adamant, and she went to school and showed the world that no, not women are not only par with men, and they can excel beyond that. And she was obviously she was given a Nobel Prize for that, but still I think that her face is more than a Nobel Prize. She inspires all. Okay, ma'am, would you please stay with us? I would like you to call. I would like you to call our apportiers for this session, Mr. Jugantar Mishra, Assistant Professor from Raiganj B.Ed College, West Bengal, and Dr. Sima Tyagi, Assistant Professor, Directorate of Privatization, Monitoring and Evaluation, for Kesavanand, Rajasthan Technical University, Bikaner, Rajasthan. Both of them has joined us, and could you please stay with us and guide us? and let us listen to our reporters. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, respected anchor. Am I audible?
Sir, you are very much audible, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So, Chairman, sir, distinguished speakers, and all academicians. I am Jugantar Misra, Assistant Professor of Raiganj B.Ed College, West Bengal. It is indeed a great pleasure and real privilege for me to address this second session of first day of 2 days NAAC sponsored webinar on higher education for women in India, problems and challenges in 21st century. Organizing by Balurghat B.Ed College with my co-rapporteur, Dr. Madam, Assistant Professor Swami Keswananda, Rajasthan Agriculture University, Bikaner, Rajasthan, in the capacity as rapporteur. I would like to congratulate all of you for patient hearing. First of all, I want to pay my extreme sense of gratitude and warm regards to the chairman, sir, and both the respected speakers. It was really great learning experience for all of us for hearing from them, especially from the chairman, sir, Professor Bongoratno Shaktipodo Patro, former principal of Malda Government Teachers Training College, Malda. He is one of the best orator, or I can say academic speaker I have ever heard. He is a true educationist and most loved and most respected person in the northern part of West Bengal. I am not known face to him, but I am one of his admirer, like his thousands and thousands of admirers. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable speech and your precious time. After the chairman's address, respected Professor Prashant Kumar Acharya, Department of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh, in his presentation pointed out so many burning issues and concerns regarding higher education for women in India. His analysis would enable the higher education stakeholder to fortify the role of women in this field and their contribution to social development in general. He pointed out impact of higher education on globalization and internationalization and vice versa. He stated that the world has realized the importance of women education, which is indispensable to a nation's development in the present century. Respected speaker also remarked the role of education is regarded as an investment in the human capital where men and women have equal responsibility. Professor Acharya also pointed out various gender inequalities which are prevailing in our society. Mentioned the recent development in the field of higher education in our country by the government with statistical data. We are very much pleased and optimistic about those developments for bringing equity and equality in the field of higher education as well as in our society, sir. Before concluding my reflection, I want to quote Barack Obama here. Once he told, quote, you know, we are in a sports center. Imagine if you have a team and you don't let half of the team play, that's stupid. The make that makes no sense. And the evidence shows that communities that give their daughters the same opportunities as their son, they are more peaceful, they are more prosperous, they develop faster, they are more likely to succeed. So I just want to thank both of the speaker. Now, without wasting any time, I would like to call upon my co-rapporteur, respected Madam Seema Tagi, for her comments or reflection on the second presentation of this extremely illuminating session and especially on the proceedings and outcomes of the session. Thank you all. Namaskar. Over to Dr. Tagi, Madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jugantar Mishra, sir, Assistant Professor, B.Ed College, West Bengal. Indeed, the technical session too has been very fruitful in terms of the deliberation that proceeded from the address of Chairman, sir, Professor Shaktipara, sir, and then to the two speakers who gave a very insightful deliberation on the challenges and the way forward to educating women. And then talking about Dr. Harsha Merchant. I think so. First, I would like to congratulate Shubhadeep Das, who's very much a very enlightened and vibrant personality on the entire platform. The way he has enumerated things, he has analyzed, he has reflected upon the presentations. I think so. He has done half the job. And secondly, Mishra sir has also come up with the fruitful outcomes of the presentations that have taken place in this technical session too. And now coming to Dr. Harsha Merchant ma'am's presentation, I would say, ma'am, your attitude, your behavior and your expressions speak out loud. I don't think so. We need things in black and white, because the way you have enlisted the challenges and the way forward, actually it is the need of the hour. We have many things that are on record. Yes, we all know as to what the problems and the challenges the girl education in India is confronted with. The education of the girls in India, when it is in terms of going for higher education, it definitely poses many threats. The way you have listed out many problems, they are the real and the burning problems because of which they lag in this journey of going ahead. But definitely, as you have also enumerated, the inequality, the equality, the equity, and the justice paradigm, that is also very important as to how, as most of us are witnessing in our society as well, ma'am. This has become a paradox. Like people say कि जब आपने इक्वालिटी की बात की है तो खड़े रहिए लाइन में. People are gradually losing the empathetic nature in terms of the equality and the rights that are being bestowed to the girls. I think so. Here we fail as human. Here we fail as a good human being. So it is justification of the position a woman deserves. We are providing, since she was a deprived lot, so the policies and the framework and the government system and the machinery has come forward to support her. We are providing her with the wings that she can fly and reach the sky. So do not come forward with such remarks, such and such approach when a girl talks about taking sick leave, when she talks about maternity leave, when she talks about certain considerations, when her family responsibilities and liabilities are confronted with her job responsibilities. I think so. Women is the most empowered, enlightened, sensible, and a very understanding human being. Once she is bestowed, she is given the responsibility. I think so. Whatever ways and means she will approach, but she will definitely try to come out with the best possible ways of complying by the duties that she has been assigned. So, ma'am, I really appreciate the things very beautifully and empathetically you elaborated on how to help system, because we can talk of many reforms, we can talk of many rules, we can talk of many helpline numbers, but the thing is that there is definitely a need for a change in the attitude of the society at large, the many folk, be they at their home or at their workplaces or at the society at large. We need to have a balance in the approach towards dealing with women. Once this environment is built that is facilitating for a women and for the girls, definitely the days are not far when we can see that the girls, when they have started marching on this journey of moving towards choosing professions that were earlier not even thought about. So definitely the girl child education, and also you've talked about the national education policy NEP 2020, that has also provided very good combinations and the permutation combinations that are now accessible to the students when they go for higher education, because at times there were certain chances that She was a student of science, but had an inclination for certain topics that were towards the humanities stream. The humanities stream students had a certain inclination for certain subjects that were to deal with commerce or science. But now this combination will definitely bring out the best in a girl child. So with this, I would like to end and extend my thanks to the entire organizing team, the speakers, the very enlightened speeches that we have heard in this afternoon session. So I extend a very warm thanks to one and all and high regards to all of you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you
Over
so
to
much.
you.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, ma'am. This is a heartfelt gratitude that we are having today. It really fills my heart with so much gratitude that I'm just not coming up with words now. And Harsha, ma'am, your presence has really illuminating. It has, you know, the entire session was so much enlightening, and it was so much powerful that I could feel my nerves tickling. So, ma'am, and Juganda sir and Dr. Tyagi ma'am, your reflections were wonderful. I was overwhelmed by your whatever you reflected on the topics of and the themes and the sub themes. So, I will ask for your leave today. And by tomorrow, we shall have another technical session 3 in the morning, and we have really inspiring speakers with us tomorrow also. So I will be sending the links again tomorrow, and I hope to meet you tomorrow again in the morning session. It starts from 11 o'clock. So please join with us. And
Thank you so much. Thank you.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
আগে এখানে যা নিলে তোমার সব কাজ এটা তুমি একটা ডিসকানেক্ট করো